Hey everybody, sorry about that. Apparently, Foundry hated us today. Actually, it wasn't Foundry, it was Xfinity. It was my goddamn Wi-Fi.
It turned your security settings back on to the way that it used to be before you turned them off a long ass time ago.
Yeah.
And then it changed your IP.
Yes. Hey, guess what? Comcast is still a bunch of shit. Nobody likes them. This is why monopolies suck dick. Let's Anyway, we've had enough conversations about U.S.
Hey,
politics
we're
and
back.
economy.
Look at that. I see you fixed it.
Yeah. Yes, we fixed it.
And it wasn't my fault this time.
Well, everyone, we're here. Next week we will not be, unfortunately, but we are here this week. And we will be back the week in 2 weeks. As of right now, that's the schedule going forward. Just thought I'd give you an update on that. We are trying to figure out what date we will be playing the Dance Macabre. It may not be, probably won't be this Wednesday, but we might play next Wednesday. I believe we're going to play next Wednesday, but I will keep you informed of that as well. If we do play next Wednesday, we're not going to start until like 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night, but we'll do the best we can with what time we have. Other announcements include... Well, we announced the winner of the Angelica contest, and that's Bun. So we'll be sending out prizes shortly for that. And it is the start of a new month, so we are at 0 when it comes to giving out dice. For every 50 subscribers, we will give out a set of dice care of our sponsor, Farboco.com. We will continue to do that even with our limited presence here on the internet. Without further ado, why don't you guys introduce yourselves and your characters, and we will start playing D&D.
Hello, everybody. I'm Big Luddy here on Twitch as well as on Twitter. I'm playing the Astral Self Monk, known as Visir Iron Fist, the fiance to the party cleric Luna, and currently extremely excited to potentially regain his honor, so to speak, for having gotten the crap kicked out of him for the vast majority of this campaign.
Hi guys, I'm Noor. I'm playing Luna, the party half elf grave cleric. We're about to see Visir's second entry in a tournament, I hope, today. And hopefully he can win. And she'll be supporting him somehow. And yeah.
By cheating.
By cheating, probably. David.
Don't cheat on Visir. That would be rude.
Yeah, you're not even married yet. Damn it, Mark, you beat me to it.
That's not what I meant.
Hi, I'm David. I play Angus O'Galvin, the party's Phantom Rogue, who is currently in disguise as Annie while here in the city of Geneva, and has recently met back up with his old pirate crew. And Captain McGilroy, at the end of last episode, revealed that they are also here in the city to try to steal the shield.
Hello. My name is Kim. I play Mirth, the party's tiefling, eloquence bard, and fiend warlock, arcanist, support caster, researcher extraordinaire, and he has a nice new cloak this session. He plans to use it to go get chastised by his brother.
Hello. Greetings and salutations. I'm the Lupo King. I will be playing Sarani, the resident tree folk, swamp thing, man thing. Insert giant swamp iteration here. Sarani is spending his first few moments on a boat, trying to understand the functionality of said thing. And is wondering when we're going to get a chance to do something that doesn't involve talking and drinking.
And I'm the Mark Knight. I will be your dungeon master today. And in fact, when we last left off, Captain McGilroy did reveal that they were in town to steal the shield. You all sit in her cabin as she has asked you how you all felt about stealing some Dragon Forged iron, with a rather delighted and predatory smile upon her face.
Can you give me control of my Steve token back, please?
Do you not have control of Steve anymore?
I can't delete Steve. I can do things with Steve. I can't make Steve do a thing.
Steve's gone now.
Thank you.
Something is wrong with my spells. Not sure.
And so she has revealed the purpose of the sun being in port in Geneva to all of you. And when we last left off, we did not have a moment to discover what your reactions were to her question. You sit now in her office on the ship, and she is leaning forward, hands clasped in front of her, elbows on her desk, peering at each of you over her clasped hands, taking an assessment of your reactions to the knowledge that they plan to be ransacking said artifact out from under the noses of the Iron Horn.
Luna will look at Angus at first, and then she'll look towards the captain and ask, "Why would you need the shield? Why would you steal it?"
Gold, of course. We've been hired to do so.
By whom?
A lady doesn't kiss and tell.
Well, it's extremely coincidental, because, well, this shield you're after, I'm thinking, considering it's fairly unique, probably the same shield that we're after.
He's going to win it for us.
Ah. Well, that'll make life a lot easier than trying to steal it ourselves.
The person that you're getting it for, do they have an accurate measure of how much the shield weighs, or would we be able to file a little bit off the top? We only need a small amount of it ourselves.
Their request is that the shield remains intact. I think they're some kind of collector. We've been tracking the thing for a little bit now. It made its way here to Geneva. Coincidence for you, maybe. A job for us.
That's a bit of a problem for us, because we kind of need it.
We very much need it, actually.
The whole world needs it, should say.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vasir. Is that your name?
Vasir, Mr. Iron Fist. I go by Vasir.
I don't be concerning myself with what the rest of the world needs. Just me crew and me pockets.
Well, your crew will be dead if we don't have it.
Not wrong.
Is the plant threatening me?
No.
No.
We're letting you know what's going to happen here in the near future. You probably are not updated on all the details, but I don't know if you've noticed, but the world's kind of gone to hell in a handbasket.
Agus is going to switch into Thieves' Cant. Sarani, he doesn't really understand the wider world much. I don't think he fully gets what an ocean is and what a ship is. and that worst case scenario, things go south here, you can always pull up anchor and make a living for yourself somewhere else on this planet.
Mr. Vasir, something that you need to understand in my years is I've discovered that the world is always going to shit and hell in a handbasket. It does.
No, he means
No, I
literally.
mean in the literal sense, like demon lords coming up and taking stuff over.
Spoiler alert, by the way.
And you need a shield made from dragon-forged iron to protect yourselves, do you? Or the whole world?
Yeah.
Well,
Dragon
kind
Forged
of.
Iron.
What we need
Something
are
like
iron forged. What is it? Clasps.
Bands to secure the head of
Bands.
the staff.
This is one part to a greater whole of an object that we need in order to perform a ritual to banish all of them, so that they don't, kill everybody.
It's also why we don't need the entire shield.
She is... Angus... Captain McGilroy has this look on her face that you've seen before as she measures each of your companions. It's the same way that she looks at objects on a ship that she's just captured to determine, like, what's worth what in value.
As long as she doesn't throw us in the sea.
It's very simple. This entire plane of existence will be ruled by 8 demon lords, whose entire goal is to crush its denzians under its boot heel, steal their souls for their own power, and then move on to another plane. I am not going to let that happen.
Sounds a lot like Grover nobility to me.
Maybe, but
Yes, but imagine
And you-
Grover nobility
you-
with the power to actually do something.
And you hate them, don't you? So help us kill these.
You want the shield.
We need part
we
of the
want
shield.
part of it. What we need to do is we need to take the shield to people who know how to work with dragon forged iron, so that they can make clasps out of it for us. They don't need the whole shield, and whatever's left over you can certainly have, but I'm guessing your customer is probably not going to be too happy about that.
No.
Does the
No, I don't think
customer-
so.
Does this customer know what condition the shield is in? You were required to bring them the shield. Did they specify that it had to be the entire shield? That it had to be intact? Or
Well,
did
if
you
I
just-
asked for a shield, I would expect the entire shield, but admittedly...
Yes, but if this is some sort of artifact, then it could have been damaged over the years. Nature has a way of ruining things. And he would be none the wiser.
These things, I'm told, have a certain property to them. We'd need to make sure that said properties remain intact, even if we're going to swindle away some for your purposes. Then again, I don't know any of you, except for Angus. She thinks.
Oh,
Taking a measure of each of you, like I said, and she's considering your words. It's obvious that the gears are turning in her head.
I have an idea. If the shield is unusable for you, maybe we could pick something up similar while we're in hell.
Mr. Vasir and Mr. Plant.
Sarani.
Yes. Bush.
Sarani.
Zrani.
Mr. Sarani.
Sarani is fine.
Tell me something. How much gold do you have, and where do you keep it?
I don't know how much I have. Mirth. How much gold do I have? He looks directly at Mirth. He just turns and goes.
I'll put like a little tally sheet and just tap through it real quick. Well, you haven't spent any, have you?
No.
Around 4,000, right, as of right now.
Oh. As
per party splits.
Would you take 4,000 for the shield?
Oh, that's not why I was asking.
But I am offering. I'm sure that would go quite a long way for your crew. As a matter of fact, I would also be willing to part with this. And he reaches back and pulls out the greatsword, sets it down on her desk. It has marine qualities to it. Probably do well.
I'm afraid I'm not sure if this job is negotiable. I'd ask to have a private conversation with Miss Annie here, but milady, whatever I tell you will filter its way back to your companions, won't it?
Not if you ask me not to. If it needs to be between you and me, then I will factor what you have said into the plans I make with the group, but I won't tell them information if you ask me not to.
Are you or any of your crew wanted?
The look she gives Serani could kill him on the spot. You need to be careful with your words.
My apologies. I just meant that we will be having an audience with the Queen, and maybe we could put in a good word and have all of those erased. It would be nice to have someone here who thinks of you as not pirates, but merely businessmen, businesswomen. I'm sorry, what is your gender again?
Your knowledge of the way the world works seems to fluctuate greatly.
Serani, much as the Queen would like to think herself the absolute sovereign of all of Oridon, of the Empire simply being in a period of decline, and that she's going to be the one that rebuilds it. People like us didn't fare well under the Empire either. You can call us privateers, but at the end of the day, we're still just pirates. Lose the favor of whoever's in charge, and we end up right back in a cell or at the end of a hangman's noose. It doesn't bear to forget that.
Oh, that seems highly inefficient.
You need the shield for this ritual, and I need it for my buyer. I need to consider whether or not
think it's
the
negotiable.
shield being compromised is going to have an effect on whether or not I receive payment for it.
You say he's a collector. Or
I think
they
it might be.
are a collector. So let us file a little bit off, just enough for us to take to a smith who can reforge it into the bands that we need, present the shield, and if they say that it's not of equality, you have a bargaining chip. We know the location of possibly the most prized vault of artifacts that exists here in Oridon. It's a
This is
fable
uncommon
in
or
many's eyes, but
uncommon?
we know and can verify that it exists.
We're not selling off Mythfon's location through a middleman pirate captain.
Not the location, but just the offer. Think what could be down there.
There's a woolly mammoth down there, and a nice talking snake.
And also definitely rare, powerful artifacts that somebody would be interested in purchasing.
Probably. I didn't see any of those though.
Interesting.
We didn't go very far, so there probably were some there.
This is something I need to consider.
Consider it quickly. I believe the fight is
Tomorrow night. You guys said tomorrow night. It's still the next night.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay.
How much of this shield do you need to make such bands?
Well, none of us are forgers, so I don't think we'd be able to know full.
It's a tower shield, though, right? We should be able to take a strip off either the top or the bottom, and that will hopefully be enough to make the bands that we need. I mean, actually getting eyes on it and having an indication of how much material we're working with, we'd be able to make more of a determination in that area.
For the first time,
I'm gonna cast. Go ahead.
Visir's gonna go to his ring and use the quality on it to contact Trust. Hey, Trust, I got a question.
Wait, what?
They, you guys have a sending stone to
the sending
trust.
stone.
Yeah, you'll need. I don't know who has it, but you guys have a sending stone.
I don't
to
either.
trust.
I have no idea.
Visir has
Sarani
it now.
had it.
No,
Oh,
Sarani
okay.
had it. He got it
Yeah,
back.
Sarani's not
He gave
allowed to
to
have it
Visir.
anymore.
He gave it. No, wait. He gave it to Mirth, and then Mirth gave it to. Yeah, he gave it to Mirth, and Mirth
Yeah.
gave it to Visir because Mirth
Mm-mm-mm.
wrote his name down in the book.
Musical sending stones.
So Visir has
Yeah.
the sending stone.
Right.
Okay. So you want to send to trust and ask what?
Yeah. If we had a tower shield made entirely of dragon forged iron, how much of that would we need to make the bands?
You get a sending back that says. In the diagram, the bands look pretty thick, but probably not a whole tower shield's worth. I'm no smith, though.
All
Only
right.
Visir hears this.
Yeah, he's the one using the sending stone, so he's the only one who hears it back. So,
To be safe, we probably need about 10 pounds of it.
well, we'll just have to weigh it when we get it, won't we? Let me... I have some concerns with this idea, and I need to address those concerns before I make any agreements. If you win the shield, it's rightfully yours. And I hope that you do. I'm sorry to say that we may be at odds in this situation. I hope we can find a way to make it work for everyone, though, because those are the plans I always like best, when it works out for everyone.
Oh, I agree. I want everybody to be happy too. Sometimes it's just not that feasible though. We'll do what we can.
Sometimes not. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Angus before you all leave the ship. It's been some time since I've had my long-lost crewman here. And we have some catching up to do.
Is there someone that can explain how a ship works that I can talk to?
I'll send you to speak with the pilot.
Thank you.
Angus, she waits for everyone to filter out. She stands up, actually, goes around to the door and opens it and invites everyone out. And then she shouts out of her cabin door to the pilot and to get his attention so that he can tell you the inner workings of a ship, Sarani.
Awesome. I am going to question him on why, if it can fly, because I've heard of flying ships, and if it can't, why can't it?
There is only one flying ship in Oregon, is what he will tell you.
Before, if we're leaving the room, before I leave, Luna will ask Angus, will everything be okay?
Don't worry. Everything will be fine.
Mirth will also turn back and just, give him not a dead stare, but a quiet and calm one, and just say, if you mess this up, a lot of people die. Be careful, please, and be smart. I know she's your captain, but we're your saving the world mates, okay?
Have I ever given you reason to doubt?
Mirth will nod and walk out.
And Luna will try to maintain her composure while walking out, even though the ship might be moving because of the sea.
It's moving very little. The thing is anchored and tied to the dock, so there's a little bit of a rocking motion to it, but nothing.
It's more than enough.
The captain will shut and lock the door once everybody leaves, and walk ominously back to the other side of the desk. Plop down in her chair. Kick her feet up onto the desk and lean back in it. And let a smile come across her face.
Oz can be a cantankerous prick at the best of times. Horning Sarani off onto him. I hope he's not going to be too grumpy about it. And Angus is going to fidget, go to also kick it like that, and then remember that he's wearing a dress, and have to fidget a bit with the folds of the skirt, and just assume a more demure, ladylike posture.
Miss Annie. Where do your loyalties lie now?
And Angus is instinctively going to reach out to tap the tattoo and trace a finger over where there's now the golden image flying, the golden dragon image flying in front of the ship. This wasn't by choice. I've made a promise. I've made a lot of promises since you dropped me off in Anchor, but I'm not lying when I say that first and foremost I want to be back here. But they are my friends. A strange bunch. But they would keep trying without me. And it might go badly if they did. So I feel like I have to stick it through with them to the end. If it all works out, and we banish the Demon Lords back, and then I'd like to come back. Once I'm myself, once I've tidied up the last little bit of business. And Angus is gonna reach and tap against his forehead. Like I said, I did wrong by you when we parted last. I should have told somebody what was happening with me. And I shouldn't have had to leave because I screwed up. And I don't want that to happen again.
That's well and good. And as I told you, there's always a place for you here when you're ready to return. I understand that you have important business with yourself and with your friends. That, I'm asking very specifically, though. In this situation, where do your loyalties lie?
It's not about loyalty, it's about facts. That shield is there, and the people who have it are dangerous. And if you get tangled up with them, there's a chance it can come back to you. We're willing to take that risk, and I know that you are too. So what matters is that one of us gets the shield. Either Visir and Sarani fight and they win it rightfully, or we bust in there and we take it. What we do with it can wait until then.
You've always... You know that when we're not looting for ourselves and when someone needs something done that takes a ship like ours, that I take the time to find out exactly who it is and why, as best I can. Because, you know, the crew, they're our family, Angus. And I don't like people threatening my family. I like to know who I'm dealing with. I don't know if they've ever seen the object before. I don't know if they'll be able to tell we've done something to it. But I can tell you, the people who want it are just as dangerous as the people who have it. And if they weren't offering such a huge sum, I probably wouldn't take it. But the rights to sail in Ravenreach's waters again is pretty tempting. Not to mention the gold. This part I'm gonna tell you. And I expect you to keep it to yourself. I was approached by a man about acquiring this, and I discovered that that man works for the Duke. We've been told that we would be unharassed if we entered the city, or if we entered its waters. If we acquired this object, they know what it's made of. And they made it very clear. They want it intact. But I don't know if they know what intact looks like, and if shaving a bit off the top can go unnoticed. I have no problem with it. Profit on profit is good business. But I don't like the Duke of Ravenreach. The rewards are good. Keep the family safe. Puts a penny in our pocket. Might be enough to buy another ship. But there are things about that city that scare me. I don't say that lightly. And the Duke is one of them.
You don't say it lightly, you don't say it wrongly either. There's something about him. We met the Marquis even, and he's noticed it. There's folk there that are pretty sure they're working against him. If they have their way, he won't stay Duke for long. But if it gets the ship back to Ravenreach, if it fixes the mistake I made, if it's a bundle of hosh money for fucking Ann Walter, then I'll do it. I'll help. If we can get what we need, then we can keep everybody safe. But you're right about the crew being family. And what they need is to finish the job, to prove that they're reliable. And for that you need the shield.
We need to make sure, and this is my concern, as to why I'm unsure of whether or not I want to make a deal with you and your folk there. If they could tell something's been done with the shield, tampered with in some way, part of it taken for myself, for you. I fear that the consequences for something like that would be grave. We need to make sure that can't be done.
I'm not the person who can explain this to you. If there's a bunch of nobles coming to the city, I don't know if you heard, they're meeting at the palace. If she's one of them, if I can introduce you to Lady Beer, she could tell you what it is they're doing and why you need this dragon-forged iron.
I don't need to speak with anyone else to know that you have good reason for this. You've explained it enough through your friends, and I can see the look on your face. I know you well enough, Angus. It's important. What you're telling me is the truth. That's why I asked your friends about where they kept their gold. They're too gullible and stupid to lie.
I mean, the fact that you thought that about Mirth is actually a testament to how good he is.
Oh, I didn't ask him about it. I asked the plant and your monk friend, and they were right ready to tell me whatever I wanted to know. Liars don't do that. So I believe that you need it for what you say you do.
You make a point that if you show up with damaged goods and they recognize what's happened, they might take it out on you.
This is my
I
fear.
couldn't wait for that to happen.
My concern is for the crew and myself. Look, I'll give anything I can to help you, Angus, and get you back here and keep you safe. I sent you down the anchor to get you out of here and to keep you safe. Even if you say what you did wronged me, I put you somewhere safe until it could blow over. I'll help if I can, but I need to be sure that, well, this man who approached us, he had a dangerous air about him. He knew his way with the blade. Probably better than old Eight Blades did. I had no doubt he could have killed me on the spot if he wanted to. If that's the type of man that's running around doing errands for someone, I'm gonna guess they're a whole lot more dangerous than that.
I can be plenty dangerous myself when I need to be. This guy shows his face again. Just give me the word.
I'd like to get my money first. He didn't level any threats. I could just tell by the way he stood. I'm just telling you that if that deal goes south, if the deal goes the way it's supposed to go, I've got free reign in the waters around Ravenreach to plunder and pillage to my heart's content. And well, I've got a pretty big heart when it comes to things like that. We can enter the city and exchange our goods without any problems, not harassed by the watch, no hangman's noose for us. But if it goes south, I don't want to see the sun drowned at the bottom of the bay in the rocky coast. And I fear that I'm dealing with people who are as dangerous as they are wealthy. Maybe I'm overstating it. I just want you to know why I have concerns. I'm all for your plan. You need the bands that you spoke of. I need the shield. If we can all get what we want, I'm more than happy to do it.
So I guess it comes back. Where does my loyalty lie?
If you tell me... Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't want anything to happen to you. Or us, or Sandoval, or Boots, or even Jasmine. And especially not Roger. So, get the shield, and we divide up the plunder then. But if there is the slightest chance that it will put you at risk, I won't stand for it.
You sure your man there can win the prize?
We are tentatively betting on him doing a better job than he did last time. But I have already started making friends among the halflings that are responsible for the betting side of things. And they are under the assumption that Miss Annie is an enterprising individual who is using the gullible young monk to turn a quick buck.
I like your angle. Well, I'll see what I can find out about messing with the shield. And you do the same. And you, as you say, when it's all said and done, we'll divide up the plunder. If it be divisible. I should let you get back.
It's right. It has been a pleasure to meet you for the first time. So nice to see another successful woman who owns her own business. Just gonna stand up, straighten out the skirt, slip more fully into the Annie persona, but with just a hint of the wry Angus grin. Until next we meet, mon ami. adieu. Gonna walk out onto the deck and go and rescue Oz from having to explain like how the sails function to Sarani.
It's not that bad. I understand how wind works. Mostly.
I would probably be explaining how rain works again.
And
Well, of course you would.
Dragons, buckets, and all.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I really want to know how it's explained and how Sarani understands the idea of buoyancy and having a vessel float on top of the water and not just sink.
I'll just tell him there's loads of little detrivores flying on the bottom of the hull.
well, then I'll go look at them.
Then I'll
Then
go
tell you you're
look
lying.
at them. Yeah, you go down there and all you find are barnacles.
Are they tasty?
No.
They're barnacles.
Well, barnacles are small little creatures inside a hard shell.
Yeah,
so
they're
if-
like mollusks.
Yeah. So I'll crack one open and eat it.
Raw? Well, you can
Yeah.
determine whether or not Sarani likes that or not, because I think it's gross. But
Sarani will collect a whole bunch of them and take them to Sharp Eye. I'll put them in a bag because these things are delicious.
oh my god,
Well, Sarani saved somebody a bit of work as far as scrubbing the barnacles off is
it's
concerned.
true. It's true.
Yeah, I come up with like a large sack of these things. I'm like, I come up on the deck and like, you didn't tell me you had food on the bottom of the ship.
You get a disgusted and very strange look at that comment, which is not unusual for the looks most of the crew have been giving you since arriving on board.
Well,
Use
I'll
up
pull,
and clean your ship. Don't give him scorn.
It's not scorn. It's just you.
Don't yuck his yum, as my mother said.
Was that her version of don't kink shame?
Oh, good god. The G-rated version of that comment, I guess. Maybe you spend... It's up to you whether you spend the amount of time on the ship or not. Or where you head after you're done. But Luna seems green.
I was trying to find a word for that, but I couldn't, so I kept silent. But I guess you got it.
Yeah.
Sarani will give her a couple of leaves that she can chew on that will help her queasy stomach.
I thought you were going to give her a barnacle so that she has something to eat.
No.
I- Really sorely tempted to cast Phantasmal Force and just put her through like an acid trip right now.
That's not nice.
Luna is more than happy to remove herself from the vessel.
But of course, we'll wait for Angus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just like I'm literally just waiting for Angus. So whatever happens.
So yeah, just after like the few minutes or so it would have taken to have that conversation, Annie is just going to reappear, walk out onto the deck, sort of make a quick casual chit chat and just say like hi bye to like anybody who's still like moving stuff around on deck, and then just join everybody down back on the docks.
Okay.
There are a couple of things we might need to discuss. The captain has given me a little bit more information, but she has asked me to keep some of the specifics secret. I believe next we were intending to revisit the Octagon. Perhaps I can explain on the way. And so Angus would like just basically share to the party the idea of the McGilroy's worried that the guy that she has made this agreement with has some friends in powerful places that would make life especially difficult for them if it becomes apparent that they have attempted to skim some money off the top by damaging the merchandise before returning it. So we are going to have to be careful in how we choose to go about doing that.
You do. You take the time to explain this to the party on your way to the Octagon in order to sign Sarani up for the coming bouts as well. Which is good, because today, you discover, is the last day for entrance into the tournament, as it will be taking place the very next day.
Before we go in, can I kind of turn to the rest and just... it might be best if we didn't go all in at once. Especially if we want to have the chance to be discreet later. They know
My
these
business
two
is
are already
done there,
associated.
so-
Yes, they know these two are already associated. And has Sarani registered yet? I wasn't here yesterday.
No, it wasn't. No, he hadn't.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I knew
No,
that.
I haven't been.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh no, I haven't registered. It's my first time here.
Then perhaps it would make sense for Visir and I to enter together, as we have already been paired, and for Mirth to present himself as a similar agent as I am feigning being with Visir to Surani. As for you, Luna, did we settle on Sharphide entering as well, or?
Considering he doesn't have his primary weapons right now, and he's half our level, I have
No.
some misgivings about that.
It's
Yeah,
not
I
his
wouldn't-
kind of a brawl.
No.
Yeah, it's not the type where he can like slither in and out of water and like push people around.
So
I mean,
perhaps Sharphide could
this-
present himself as another agent underneath Mirth or myself, but who is not going to be participating in this particular tournament and is mostly going to be watching to hopefully pick up some.
He can be the
Sure,
silent brooding bodyguard.
Well, what can I do?
Mm.
I could attempt to cast invisibility upon you.
Oh, Mirth will raise an eyebrow at this.
Can
That's new.
do that?
I think so. I did it on Visir the other day. I don't think it's something I can do all the time. Let's see. What was the incantation again? She's going to sort of like square her shoulders back, pull out the little witchwood wand, sort of like spin it around a little bit, and just tap Luna on the center of the chest and speak the incantation. Uznel Zaro.
Well,
And Luna becomes invisible? When did you make Visir invisible? Was it...
Sorry, it was. It had it tagged as I'd already used it last time, but we did take a long rest before then. I guess I just didn't roll it on my D&D Beyond sheet
That's
because
fair.
we didn't take any damage. But yeah, so yeah, I demonstrated it to Visir when we were leaving from our previous visit as like kind of like I could try casting this on you in the combat encounter, and Visir was just like, yeah, but it'll probably have like an anti-magic field, and so it will just drop immediately.
Okay.
But yeah, so Luna is invisible.
Luna is invisible. You get
Is
your
it best
stories...
if I?
What's that?
Sorry, is it best if I disguise myself for now?
Probably cannot hurt to try to be a bit more discreet.
Okay. I will cast disguise self to appear.
Look like a
As-
halfling. No one would trust me if there's a halfling. That would be good.
Just like a middling height, just kind of not very memorable features, but like this kind of, medium height, average build, brown-haired gentleman
Nondescript human
with
number
like a
3.
little goatee.
Face
Yeah,
with
but
He
like
specifically did the
he
work
has
to
like an
put together all of the.
he has an air of
average-
class. He has a little air of class. Like his face is not like memorable, but he has like fine gold lined clothes of like
Sure.
fine silk. So he says wealth, but like if you wanted to bring his face up in a conversation, you'd struggle.
Right. That's fine. I mean, to birth, all humans probably look the same anyway.
DM, do we know how long like is the tournament? Like, is it more than an hour?
Oh yeah. The tournament's going to be. I mean, the tournament isn't today. You're going in there to sign Serrani up.
Yeah, I know.
The tournament the next day. The tournament is going to take. It's going to be several rounds of like fighting. So yeah.
Okay.
And so
Angus
Annie's just going
Depends
to
how long
look
it
at the
takes to
spot
punch a 12th level monk into unconsciousness.
of where like Luna's shadow sort of like shortens and recedes into herself, and then sort of like slowly raises up her body as it passes slowly, like just turning her invisible from like the feet up.
Nice.
And Angus is going to look like a little bit surprised that it actually worked. As like tucks the wand back in, and it's just going to sort of whisper under his breath, like, try to sneak in as Visera and I are entering. If they have anybody that is capable of seeing the invisibility, then I will simply say that you are my bodyguard, and that you are doing your best to remain unobtrusive to protect me. I can probably bullshit that pretty effectively.
You prepare to head
Oh.
inside. I'm going to ask if we could take a short break because my dog needs to go out. I apologize, but she is like whining and begging in the background, and I don't want to do that to her. So we'll be back.
Yep.
Poof.
You enter in Mirth. Mirth and Sarani, you head in first into the octagon. Having been brought by Angus and Vasir, the rest of the party being brought by Angus and Vasir back through the Opal Market into this building. There are very similarly to the Adamantine Horn. There are areas where people are training. There are a number of people who look menacing because they want to look menacing, and there are a number of people who have no intention of trying to look menacing, and yet that makes them scarier all the more. There is on the far end of this building a large octagonally shaped fighting ring, and they're, unlike the Adamantine Horn, instead of having to be led through a hidden door down into the bowels of the building, everything is out in the open. The bar, the bedding, everything is out in the open. You can see, looking up, that from about halfway up this building to the top of the roof, it is an abandoned ruin. But everything from about halfway down is kept in good form and condition. A sanctuary of dirty dealings hidden amongst the buildings of Geneva.
Plucky. Alright, I'll go with Sarani and get him registered.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look around for Invisible Luna and just say, try and stick with one group at least at a time to mask your movement. Angus Vasir, what are you doing?
I'm going to scope out the competition.
Yeah, she's
If there's
probably
anybody
with.
here that's in the competition.
I'm guessing there is.
Yeah, there are people there who are likely in the competition.
Yeah, and Annie's just going to be accompanying him, just giving that presence of like, I'm the management to this particular fighter, and just engaging in idle chit chat and keeping up a front of just being a little bit vapid, a little bit just interested.
Luckily, Vasir does not need to put on a facade of vapidity.
That just comes with the territory.
Yeah.
Alright, well,
Hey.
Mirth. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Angus, Vasir, and Luna, as you step through the doors, someone does approach you and put a hand up. Right in front of where Luna is about to step once inside the building. And the person says, while we understand the need for security in the Opal Market, we would appreciate it. We would appreciate if your companion drop being hidden from shadows.
Oh.
I understand entirely. She is a little socially anxious and shy. She doesn't do well with crowds. She's handy to have if things turn rough, and that is why she has been a helpful companion to have with me. But as you wish. And Angus will stop concentrating on the spell and Luna will steadily just rematerialize as her shadow slinks back down her body and reappears at her feet.
Thank you. It is of no surprise that in a building filled with underhanded people, that they would be aware of such attempts at stealth. But they seem to have taken no offense or taken it as some kind of attempt at subterfuge. They simply have asked that you remove the spell, and are grateful when you comply. It wasn't like everybody could see Luna, right? This was a person who was clearly designated to be looking for invisible... who is designated to continuously look for those who are invisible.
And to sort of keep up the front of the lie that Angus is trying to use, he's going to loop an arm through Luna's. And he's saying, "Do not worry, ma chérie. If anybody bothers you, then I will just use my dazzling personality to distract them, and you can go right back to being your perfect little wallflower self." And Angus is going to just gently squeeze Luna's thumb in a slightly way to try to convey I'm really sorry.
She nods awkwardly as she puts her hood up to cover her face and to go into this persona, which I don't think it's hard to do.
I don't think
For
so
her.
either. I'm not even going to make you roll a deception check or anything like that. Putting your hood up and just being like, "Oh god, this is embarrassing," that just feels like Luna's approach to life around the party.
Thanks, Mark. That's the second time you do this to us.
I just feel like there are moments when certain party members open their mouths and Luna's just like, "Oh my god. Oh my god."
Nah, that never happens. These guys we're all awesome.
It's true.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyways.
Mirth and Sarani, you head over to the bar where you are directed to sign up. The bartender there today is a young man who has clearly been chosen for his looks over his brains to be the front, and hands you the form that you need to sign up on. It's really just a list that you put your name and anything else you want them to know about, as well as everything you need to do to just sign up for the bouts to come. But he gives you the form and a quill without ink until you remind him that you need ink to sign it, and then he fumbles around looking for ink.
I'll just pull some ink out of my own pouch.
Okay.
So Mirth is kind of put on this facade of this very, he's kind of owning it. This noble looking fellow kind of just strolls down the middle, giving little chortles and waves around. But as he hits the bar, his face he turns to the bartender and he just gets a little anxious. And he looks down at Sarani and just ushers the sheet over and you have to win this. Come on, let's go.
People who see Sarani kind of give him a wide berth coming up to the bar, and strange looks. The looks that Sarani often gets when presenting himself for the first time in any place.
Sarani's going to look at Mirth, look at the kid and go, "Now, you told me this would be a fight to the death. Is that correct?"
No, this isn't... maybe? It wasn't the last time. That's what the bartender says to you.
Go find me somebody who knows.
It's a controlled tournament. I'm sure you'll be fine. Don't worry. Come on, just sign. Go.
I don't want to get in trouble for killing people if it's not to the death.
I'm sure that
Don't
all of the
worry.
rules will be explained on the day of the tournament.
Just
You remember
whack
what
them upside the head.
You remember what happened last time? I had to pay part of my winnings to cover the cost of funerals.
I'm sure that was terrible. I wasn't here last time. I just hired you.
Well, very well. And Sarati will sign it. And Sarang was being very, very loud and very obvious about those comments. Like, I wanted to make sure that people around me heard that.
Don't worry, people are paying attention to you.
I just wanted them to hear that I had to pay for killing people in the last one.
A drunk patron says, mumbling under his breath, for those of you, well, I don't know, Mirth, if you're, if probably could hear it. Somebody mumbles to another bar patron, probably killed them with the smell.
Oh, don't listen to them. Come on, it's okay. And I'll side-eye the bartender and just kind of, where do I place bets, please?
He points down to a table where there is a middle-aged halfling sitting with a bunch of papers, and then there are these boards behind him, these like slate boards where numbers are being marked with chalk.
Okay. Come, my champion, let's go. And he's gonna stroll down to the betting table and then just like put his elbows with a solid clonk on both sides and just stare at the halfling. Is this where I register to bet?
Yeah. You who you betting on? How much you want to put down?
This one right here, my champion. He's going to win, you see.
He knew? I haven't seen him around here.
Yes,
Jesus,
he's
what
new.
Are you, like, oh. Are you made of plants? Are you just wearing them?
I am a plant.
I've seen a lot of weird fashion statements here in Geneva, but this has to be the worst one I've ever seen.
I'll quietly cast Prestidigitation and just freshen it up a bit. I don't know, give him like a lavender puff.
Yeah, because the last time I was under saltwater with. I also have a big bag of barnacles with me, so because we haven't. Because Sharp Eye didn't come with us, right? So I haven't seen Sharp Eye yet. To give him the.
I think Sharp Eye is there somewhere with you guys. I think he went in with you, but.
Well, then I'll let Sharp Eye have the muscles.
Gotcha.
The barnacles.
Do I need to put my name down and I'll get my money?
Yes. Yeah. I'll show you how to do this. And he starts explaining the betting practices for the matches. He's like, but your buddy's name here isn't on the board yet. Would you just sign up?
He just registered, yes. We arrived here today, and I need to make some quick money. And he's making like a big show of rooting through his pockets and then pulls out like 47 gold coins, a few silver, and a few coppers. I have more at home.
Look, you bet whatever you want. We're happy to take as little or as much as you want to give us.
Okay, and they'll just push it over the table.
Excellent. Now, what's your friend's name here?
This is Sarani.
Sarani. The fuck does that mean?
I don't know what it means. It's his name.
Oh. Well, you know, all right, whatever. I don't actually give a shit. Forget it. And he
that young gentleman over there at the bar wasn't quite sure if this was a fight to the death or not. Is it?
Fight to the death? Nah, how are we going to keep betting on people if everybody's dying all over the place? No, we need people to come back and keep fighting.
Is there a fine for killing?
Well, you might end up dead. People, look. You start killing people. One person kills somebody, and then another person kills that guy, and then another person kills that guy.
It's not intentional. It's just that you flesh bags are squishy.
I take personal offense to that. You want to say that again?
Yes, you flesh bags are squishy. See? Wood, hard, flesh, squishy. And he pokes the guy's arm.
I'll poke a soft batch of his vines in the back and just look over at the halfling and be like, it's okay. He doesn't mean it.
He looks down at where you're poking him in the arm, and he's like, why don't you keep your hands to yourself? All right, save it for the match.
Very well.
You got to teach your friend some respect, some manners.
He's just here to win me a little bit of money.
Yeah, well,
he's not really my friend.
he goes around talking about like killing people in bouts and then pushing people like he's doing. You're both gonna end up with a lot less money and a lot more holes in your body.
You hear that, Sarani? Be nice to the people here, okay?
Fine.
Tough fighters come in and out of here every damn day. All right.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings.
You're new, aren't you? You gotta be new.
Very. Today, actually.
Is this your bet? 47 gold and a bunch of silver.
Yep, that's my bet.
Great. I'll take care of it. Why don't you two get the fuck out of my face? All right.
Wait, do you need my name by chance? And he's kind of holding back a smile.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Give me a damn name. I'll put it in the book.
My name is Sirius. Sirius Lee. But I don't like it very much, so I get angry when people use it. So you can just call me Sir Lee. He's just deadpanning him at this point.
From a short distance away, Annie is going to try to redirect some attention to where Sarani's name is being written up on the slate of competitors, only because the guy behind the bar is a little bit dim. They've misspelled it so that it starts with an S. And so Annie is just going to go like, "Oh, Sarani, she is here. Oh, Susan Rani, she is an excellent fighter. I saw her in a bout where it was her against two fellows at once, and she took both of them down. She is remarkably quick with a blade. Why, you would think, I mean, I don't know if anybody from here has been to Ravenreach, but there is a family there who are quite known, the Verguses. But no, Rani, she is perhaps the most formidable fighter, and it's just gushing about this fictional person and just glaring daggers at Sarani the entire time.
Well, let's hope I can beat her.
As literally Vasir has no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, good lord. Okay, you can have an inspiration point for that. That's fine. By the way, did we completely lose Nor, or we just have no camera for now? Are you there?
I think we might.
I think that means.
I have his thing, just no camera, but
Yeah.
he's muted.
Yeah.
Oh,
muted.
he said he had to step away. He sent me a
Okay.
message saying he has to step away. So
Okay.
I'm gonna move the cameras around in that case, so that I'm not Luna and all that.
I do like how when it shifts, it leaves Alex, David, and Kim all in the same place, and it only moves the three of us.
Well, it's
ever.
because of who moves from where.
I
Like
know.
it's in alphabetical order. That's why. If Alex were to shut off his camera, it would shift everybody.
I know.
I am powerful.
Yeah. Yes.
Powerful enough to defeat Susan Ronnie?
I don't know about that.
Hey,
you were doing when you
thanks
were
for
doing
the
your name
sub.
pun, I was like, some people
Uh,
call me Ang,
yeah.
which makes me Angly. But you don't want to call me Angly. You wouldn't like me when I'm Angly.
for the first time in a long time, I'm first.
First to sub this month.
Yeah, I gifted us up.
Oh, you're first place for gifted subs.
Yep, there it is.
Wow.
I'm surprised it took everybody this long. Like we've been on for like an hour and a half. I'm just waiting for Emmy to break out her credit card and go, yeah, I can handle another $3,000 on my credit card this week. And just-
She never gifts that many subs at one time. And
Yeah,
I
you
would
hear
never
that, Emmy?
ask her
Step
to.
it up. You suck.
Emmy, don't listen to them. You're clearly my favorite. That's why I take away all your character's abilities all the time. That's what I do to my favorite players. I make it so they can't do anything in their games.
Yeah, we're all
Oh,
powerful.
then I must be loved because you canceled the game and buried my character.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. Tektite's not buried. Tektite's
You also
right.
can't blame Mark for Serrani. You did that to yourself.
I know, I totally-
Tektite's right here. He's just
In spirit.
he's
He's
just
busy.
disguised as a plant.
Yeah, he's busy.
Well, you know what they say: a rolling stone gathers no moss. And so when the game got cancelled,
Oh goodness. That's the thing
That was a
about
stretch.
That's the thing about Serrani. He grows on you.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was bad. It's terrible.
It
All right,
was.
let's get away from the puns. Fix this here. Okay. You sign Serrani up. You place your bets. And Vasir, you are sizing up fighters in this place. You see... I will tell you that the first one that jumps out at you is a tall, lithe individual who is fighting in the Kensei style monk form. You could recognize it quickly because you've seen enough martial arts combatants your time at the monastery to be able to pick out most monk forms. But they are fighting with a short sword. It is a practice short sword. It is a blunted wooden short sword, but their form is impeccable. You are not the only monk in the building.
There is a master at the monastery that teaches Kensei, so
Yeah.
I'm interested.
He has, he seems human, but has a slightly bluish tint to his skin, and there's similar scale patterns to Sharp-Eyed's that are very, very faint around the temples and the back of the hands of this fighter.
I am going to approach them.
Okay. He is practicing with several other combatants that are clearly not nearly as skilled as he is. You watch as he, as the first one rushes him, he very skillfully ducks beneath the blow and pops up in such a way that it flips the man over his shoulder to make that combatant land prone on the ground before him, behind him. The other two approach, and he strikes out at the shins of one of them with the wooden short sword, causing them to stumble forward as the blow lands solidly against the shin bones with a crack. And the third one, he stunning strikes across the throat so that the person is suddenly dazed and trying to catch their breath, and then sends the butt of the short sword into their stomach, causing them to stumble forward and pass out.
Nice! Very impressive showing.
The figure turns and bows to you.
I give a little bow back. Where did you learn how to do all that?
They, he walks down to the edge of the ring and hops down to where you're standing. Many years of training in a monastery beyond the mountains.
Beyond the mountains? Sorry, I received training from a monastery as well. Somewhat north of Drayan. The Open Mind Monastery? Not sure if you know of them.
I have faced one or two combatants that have traveled from your monastery to this city.
Well, I'm guessing that they didn't impress.
Their training and discipline was clearly well done, but they did not fare well in the ring.
I see.
It was no
Well.
failing of their teachers or your monastery. Perhaps they were simply not experienced enough.
That happens a lot. Well, you're definitely somebody that I'm interested in testing myself against. Name's Vizier Iron Fist. I am Master Morrison's student from the Way of the Open Mind.
I am Helios. My monastery is one that we will call it the Unnamed Monastery, or the Monastery Without Name.
Interesting. How long has that been around? Can't say I've heard of it.
It is hard to hear of a place that has no name.
True.
I do not know when it was first established. But I arrived there in my youth and spent the entirety of my life there until I was 18 years old.
Sorry, that's incredibly reflective. When I was born, I don't really know who my parents were, but they dropped me off at the Open Mind Monastery, and I was basically raised there. And well, when I turned 18, I graduated, so I started heading off on my own. That's only been about, I want to say 6-7 months, something like that, since then.
You are very young still.
Young, but not inexperienced. Not anymore.
I would offer an opportunity to test oneself in the ring, but I would not want to injure you before the bounce tomorrow.
Well, hopefully we can test each other tomorrow then.
I would look forward to that. Tell me, the Way of the Open Mind, do they teach many different forms?
All the forms that I'm aware of. You practice Kensei, right?
Yes. My blade is a part of me.
Mm-hmm. We have a master who deals with that. They have a particular tradition. Every year, they themselves hold a tournament purely for the Kensei monks. The winner of that tournament challenges the master, and if they should win, then they have the opportunity of taking the place of the master. At that point, it's up to them if they want to remain at the monastery to teach, or they'd rather go through the world first before eventually returning to take their place.
And has your master ever been beaten by one of his students?
No, but I am told that that's how he got to be where he is.
Our monastery is much different in some ways then. I know my lineage, and the lineage of the other students who attend, for there are few. Each class of students is small. If you are foolish enough to challenge the master of this monastery and live, then you would take his place. It is not a tournament, though. It is not for fun. It is not for practice. It is not to challenge oneself. When a challenge is issued at my monastery, it is to prove your skill in life or in death.
Well, I guess at the Way of the Open Mind, we understand that people are at different points in time of their evolution, of themselves, of their abilities, and sometimes it's going to take an extremely long time for them to perfect what they're capable of, to realize whatever potential that they have. So we don't really judge people for failing a challenge, so to speak, so long as they understand why they failed and how they're going to do better in the future. We prefer not for people to get too terribly hurt during these challenges because we don't want them to, well, be unable to continue fulfilling their potential. It's a value that's been instilled in me by Master Morrison ever since I was a child. Every single individual is important and valuable, regardless of whether or not they seem that way to you, because what might not be valuable to you may be the entire world to somebody else. So, perhaps somebody is not very strong, but that doesn't mean that they aren't still useful to the world in other ways, or that they might not eventually become one. We're all constantly growing, even the masters.
At our monastery, we are taught that knowing your own strength and the strength of those around you and acting in accordance with that knowledge is quite paramount. One there, sparring and training occurs, do not get me wrong. That is necessary for improvement. But were one to issue a challenge, a true challenge, you are putting your life on the line. You are declaring that you are stronger than the one who you are challenging. If you are not, then your demise is by your own foolishness. You have shown a lack of wisdom.
Master Prism has a teaching that he gives to all the students when they're still in the, well, learning phase. He says that when two ideals clash, that this is not a war, but an opportunity for growth. He calls it synthesis. When one says one thing and the other says something opposite or opposed, the goal is not for one to win out, but to find some way to combine the ideas so that they benefit everyone and we can move forward. I think that challenging a master, or anyone for that matter, is something that one needs to take seriously. But to lose your life for it in a controlled situation just shows an irresponsibility, to my eyes, to those who have the opportunity to either punish you severely for it or not. Challenges arise all the time in ways in which we cannot predict and ways in which we do not want them to, and ways in which can be quite surprising for us. If we were to die every single time we were to not be able to meet a challenge, very few people would grow beyond the age of 5. I think that good punishment for failing to recognize your limits is important. And I think your monastery definitely has something to do that. But I think that it might be better to allow for minimal injury that would be permanent, so that eventually that person will be able to recognize what their strengths and limits are in the future. Does that make sense?
Perhaps there is a part of my explanation that you misunderstand. We do not punish an individual for losing a challenge by taking their life. It is simply that if you issue a challenge, you are aware that that challenge is to the death. That is the way that it is done there. Because a foolish student who is willing to challenge someone beyond their ability, thinking themselves too great, would bring dishonor upon the monastery and themselves, and our way. They are too foolish and arrogant to go out into the world. I see that your monastery values weakness as a teaching tool and an opportunity for growth. Mine does not agree. Perhaps there is a middle ground here, and perhaps not. It is something to be considered. But I do not know if I value your way in the same vein that you do. And I am no longer surprised that the other students from your school failed to impress me in our matches.
Well then.
They did not fight as though their lives depended on it, even in a moment when they knew their lives were not forfeit. There is value in doing that.
I think it would be a good idea for us to test this. Not today, obviously, but should you and I meet each other in the ring, I think that this can be a valuable teaching experience for the both of us.
I do not disagree. Should you join me in the ring, I would encourage you to fight as though your life depended upon it. Do not hold back.
If I do join you in the ring, take it as a challenge.
I will. He bows to you and moves on.
I was going to have Annie sort of sidle up just
Sure.
as the last little bit of that exchange is going on.
Absolutely.
Bonjour, monsieur. It is so nice to see that Vizier is making friends here. I happened to overhear a little bit of your conversation, and I was just curious. Does your monastery have anybody who is dating a girl named Stacy? She is an acquaintance of mine, you see, and she was always telling us that she had a boyfriend who was a monk, who came from a monastery that was far beyond the mountains and that had no name. And we all thought that she was just making up stories, but now I hear that it exists. I would hate to think that I had misjudged her.
I am afraid I do not know your friend, and perhaps you judged her properly.
Well, sometimes people are right in their first assumptions, and sometimes not. And so I suppose we will have to wait and see on that front. With regards to yourself and Vizier.
I look forward to it. You leave the octagon after a little while. Heading back to the safe house. Mirth, I know there were some things that you had discovered the night before, and I wasn't sure what you wanted to do with the information you had obtained. You did let out rather randomly that you had found out a story about the Hand of Living Stone. Just kind of nonchalantly dropped that information into a conversation last week. But I know there was more you discovered. And I didn't know what your plans were for that.
There wasn't too much that I didn't drop at any given point. I think I mostly reminded about smaller things, and then the summary of this was the tale of the gargoyle. However, I do have something that I'd probably want to tackle when we got home, and I'd contact Trust on the way back to see if he was available. Not even to bring us anywhere, just to open a portal into the sanctuary.
Gotcha. Yeah, he'd be willing to bring you to the sanctuary for research purposes, or to discuss research.
Yeah. And I'll also send one to Silver to see when he is available tonight.
Sure.
So when we get back, Mirth will let everyone, they'll just follow everyone in and then pull Angus aside. I know it's been a long day, but I can't really spill this to you tomorrow without hoping to mentally fuck with you before the match, so I think it's best now if you're free for a bit.
Okay, yeah. What is it?
And then I'll message Trust again to open up a portal once Sarani, Vizier, and Luna have kind of cleared out.
Okay, so the two of you are going to speak with Trust?
Yeah, I'll bring Angus.
Okay. Yeah, the door opens, and he invites you both in.
So I'll brief Angus on the way down after giving, like a cordial greeting and thanks to Trust. Just check on, make sure he's okay. So a few days ago, before we traveled to the Hags, Trust tasked me with the investigation of a sword that he got from the body of Solavel, a Death Knight in the service of Eden Falkmar. He was defeated by other agents of the group on an incursion into the forest up north on a bridge, and they recovered the sword from his body. So if we're following Trust, can you lead us to the the item storage chambers?
Trust nods. Yes, I will. Follow me. if I was aware that this would have an impact on you, Angus, I would have informed you as well. I didn't know.
I didn't know either until last night, don't worry.
Slow down a minute. A death knight? Volkmar, what's going on?
As Mirth has informed you, yes. There was a Death Knight who had recently been released from a sanctuary of Enan Volkmar. We discovered him traveling. Did we lose something else or someone else?
Yeah, nor dipped.
Nor dipped. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix this again. Sorry, guys. Everything kind of got messed up. And I feel that it's important that everybody can see everybody's faces for a scene of this magnitude. So Trust continues. Solivel was a servant of Enan Volkmar, who apparently had been released. I had some agents intercept him, and they discovered a sword, which is some kind of relic. And I suspected that there was more to it than simply identifying it could tell me. I asked Mirth if he would be willing to spend some time researching it, because I couldn't find any more information in my library on the item. And I knew that you would be traveling at least to Geneva and possibly to Drayen, and also to Ravenreach. Had I known that, as I said, this may have an impact upon you, I would have brought you into the loop, so I apologize.
For you, that's fine. Mirth, why didn't you tell me?
I discovered last night because I didn't sleep.
No. You know that I have dealings with Volkmar. He's the one who did this to me. Trust told you days ago. Why didn't you come to me?
Because I didn't want to put you in a situation where you had to deal with nightmares and the threat of your family being torn apart in your home village, and this at the same time.
What gives you?
And I didn't have anything else. I would have just left you with that.
My brain is teeming with memories. If I'd known, I could have been looking for the answers. I could have been helping. Why do you insist on doing it yourself?
Because I always have.
And you've been with us for how long now? Months. And you still insist on doing things yourself, even when we could help you.
I study by myself because nobody else seems to study as much as I do.
Oh, so because we don't read books the way that you do, I don't study.
You don't stay up
I
for
have
8
a
hours
head
with
full
yours.
of memories. I have lived experiences teeming in my head. More than books could ever know.
And
You
I
want to know
just
something that
float
happened in the
around.
past 450 years? Odds are good I've got somebody who saw it happen firsthand, right here. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. I didn't want to turn 6 people in your head into a fucking melting pot by throwing something else in there.
What gives you that right? You don't want to upset me, but you want to get Enon Volkmar. Through a spell. Conjure him up. No concern then. You want answers? Anything's on the table. Suddenly, when it's something that matters to me, that might help me, then you're cold and calculating about it.
Trust takes a deep breath. It seems that my desire to keep things under wraps has caused some division here.
That was me. I should have told him I was scared too.
This sword. Is it dangerous?
I believe so. He'll take you into the vaulted room. There is a door that looks like any other door, but when he opens it, you can see that it is inches thick of adamantine. And inside the room are what look like oversized security deposit boxes. And he opens one and draws out. He like unlocks it with a lock that is both with a key that is both for an arcane lock and also a pair of actual locks. And he pulls it out, and this black obsidian longsword lay inside of this box, this metal box. And he places it on a table in the center of the room. The room is small. It is not as like vast like his study. There's just enough room to stand around this small metal table in the center of the room. The sword is exquisitely wrought. A fine edge gleams on it. There are worked into the hilt. There's the symbol of the necromancer himself. The blade, just looking at the blade, it speaks. It speaks of undeath. It speaks of evil, ambition unrestrained. It makes you uncomfortable to just be near it, Angus. And it feels familiar.
As Angus is like looking at the blade, he just like presses a hand to his chest. There's a very sort of visceral feeling of like taking that sword to the back. Rushes through his head, and Torovius is just cringing and writhing in the foreground of Angus's mind, and he just squeezes his eyes shut, can't even bear to look at it, and is just muttering under his breath, trying to calm Toralvius down. It's like, it's okay. It's okay.
You see that moment, but you see another moment, Angus. You see a moment in your mind where Toralvius, in a struggle for survival, before his life slips from his body, takes up the blade himself and runs Solavel through with it. And he has it in his hands as his body falls. He is holding it, and he can hear. He can hear something in his head. Something happens, an exchange in that moment with the blade. But then the memory is gone.
This is where it started.
I'll summon a disc next to the table and just say, sit. Please,
said
you don't
said
want to be
you'd
standing.
You said you'd been reading.
I said I'd read all of last night.
Anything that I don't already know?
Sit.
I'm fine.
You won't be in a second.
What? Does it strike you any degree of irony that you gave me a warning earlier today? You asked for reassurance that I've got my head in the game, that I know what's at stake. So I'm going to ask you the same thing in return. Do you have any idea what you did to me by keeping this a secret? How am I supposed to trust you now?
I don't know what to say to this. Besides, months of keeping this, I wouldn't have kept it from you if I think it would have suited me to spring this on you earlier.
There it is. There's the qualification. I wouldn't have kept this from you if I thought. What calculation? Maybe I need more of that. Maybe I need a voice like yours in my head that tells me to think through what I'm doing. But this is why. This is why I'm a pirate. This is why I'm with the sun. Because they play it straight with you. Tell you up front, from the gut, what you're feeling. How can I trust a word you say? I've seen you, Mirth. I see how you can string words and make them pretty. You can make people believe anything. Was I ever your friend? Or was it just another con job?
The reason I do everything to get my answers on the table is because I don't feel like I have much to lose, or didn't up until a few months ago, after I met you and Luna and Vasir. Because 4 other versions of me have been ran through or ended up in jail, and I'm doing all I can to keep this fucking world from tilting off its axis, as well as this group. I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't a calculation. He asked me before we started having nightmares every day for 3 days, and I got to see my sister, who I haven't seen in a decade and a half, for the first time. And you got to see your parents, who you haven't seen since you rampaged across the coast.
I don't need excuses. How do you not get that? 100,000 pretty words, there's only 2 that matter.
I'm sorry.
And there it is. I want to believe it. I want to believe that part of you knew that what you were doing was wrong. That you should have told me. That this was one bad judgment call. But that our friendship's still real. That it'll survive this. I don't want to save the world and lose this in the process.
That's why I'm bringing to you this now instead of among a hellscape. I promised I'd get you answers, and I couldn't for the last month and a half. And then Trust gave me this. I see an opening. I'm not going to come to you with half of my promise. Because I play the long game. I don't show up half ready. Because either I'm fast or I'm dead. I know things or I'm dead, and that's how it's been for 2 decades.
Trust says, if I may interject for a moment.
Sure.
He says, I do not... I think Mirth sought in poor judgment to protect you because he cares. And I think, Mirth, that you and I fall into a similar pit, where we think we know better than those that we care about, and believe that we are the arbiters of their protection. In this situation, perhaps simply coming to Angus with the answer of, I found something out, but I don't know all the answers. Here's what I can give you, would have been enough, and you could allow him to make those decisions for himself. I wish I had known of this, or as I said, I would not have kept you out of the loop, Angus.
chance.
I do not want either of you to miss that. Angus, I don't think that Mirth did this because he wanted control. And Mirth, I don't think that Angus is looking for you to explain why you did it, but to simply acknowledge that you shouldn't have. I don't mean to shortcut your conversation in this way, but I think our time is valuable, and your companionship is important.
And isn't that the real rub of it? There's no time for this now. We have a ritual to be gathering the ingredients for. If we live through that, then maybe I can find some answers with this thing. Some way to fix it. Thank you for finding it, for keeping it safe here. I'm not good at admitting when I've been wrong, but you clearly weren't completely out of line. I snapped to anger quickly. Guess that's my own baggage with me. Being on the run. My own separate way. I don't disagree with any of the things I said, but I could have worded them nicer.
Honestly, it's refreshing to have a scolding word to the face instead of a snipes and a knife at your back at something. I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier. Whenever I tell people things and leave things out, it always ended with them being hurt. And I didn't want to spin you any pretty little strings.
So just be upfront. You could have come to me and said, hey, I don't have all the answers yet, but I've made progress. You could have looped me in, let me help. You don't have to do everything alone anymore.
That being said, what have you discovered?
Take a brief moment to compose himself and root around in his cloak. Pull out a small manuscript. The one I left on my desk, I would have gone. It's still propped on the page he left it. And he'll dictate, first of all, a short paragraph in the middle of the chapter. And it concerns the exploits of a traveling band of undead, steadily growing, the staff and magic of Eden Volkmar. And at the head, a black-skinned demon, white-eyed, and of magic strong. And his fingers will come to tap the last two words of the paragraph, which are Toralvias, and he'll turn to the both of them. The sword appears to act as a host rather than a conduit. If you can grasp that, it seems to convey Solovel didn't make the sword made Solovel, and would continue to do so if given the chance.
I'm going to read to you the curse that's on the blade. Becoming attuned to the sword extends the curse to you. As long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part with the sword, keeping it on your person at all times. You cannot unattune to it. While attuned, whenever you deal necrotic damage to a creature, your hit point maximum is reduced by the amount of damage you dealt, until they are restored by certain spells. If your hit point maximum is reduced to 0 in that way, you die instantly. Because of certain properties of the sword, your soul would become trapped within the blade. If a certain number of souls are trapped within the blade, 13 by the count of it, and the bearer fails to save against their death when their hit point maximum is reduced to 0. At dusk each night, the bearer must make a Constitution saving throw. If they fail, and there are 13 souls trapped within, the bearer becomes possessed by Solavel. And after a certain period of time, that possession would become permanent, and their soul becomes tainted in a way that it can never enter Sheol. There might be ways for this to become undone, Mirth, but you don't know what they are yet.
I don't know what happened with Torovius, whether he was under the curse or if he wielded it daily. It seems to be shackled to others of this cohesion. I can't say anything.
It's okay. So we know how it happened. Now we just got to figure out, I guess, more about specifically how the curse works. It would have to be the worst necromancer that ever walked Oridon, wouldn't it? Any scrap of knowledge he ever had has been destroyed or hidden away in Mythfont.
The obvious...
that's
sorry, continue.
So that's our best bet, I guess. Hope and pray that the awful writings of Enan Volkmar are stashed away somewhere down there in Merwin's vault. And that from that we can find a way to fix me.
There may be another place that has information. The place where this sword came from. I don't know if this... That may not be for right now. Mechanically speaking, this was... It wasn't Solavel. That was Enan Volkmar's ace in the hole for being brought back. It was this artifact here. Because no matter how many times Soloville may die, there is the chance that if this blade gets into the right hands, he'll just come back and try and bring Enid Volkmar back again and again and again. Torhol Vyas, at some point, must have become Soloville. At least for a time. Until he died. The sword exchanged hands. And this cycle began.
You know, I really thought it was going to be, we do the ritual, we save the world. Why is there always something out there lurking? This, or dragons, or who even knows what?
That's why the Knights exist, Angus. We're here because something good needs to counter that. There's not only bad in the world.
So is that it? I've changed. Having this be the thing that's weighing over me to this, and Angus is gonna like slap at the golden dragon tattoo on his arm. Is that the agreement that I made? That I'm stuck here doing the right thing, saving the world against everything that wants to screw it over. The deal was supposed to be we stop Warriga and we go back to normal. I want to go back. I want to be with Roger. I want to be with the crew. I want to sail and plunder and have things be simple. And Angus is gonna like eventually actually like sink down onto the floating disc that Mirth conjured earlier and just sit with his head hanging down.
When you took the oath, when you agreed to become a knight, did you were under the impression that it was a temporary agreement?
I was under the impression that we were joining an organization that would give us the ability to fix a problem. I didn't think it would be this hard. Torhol, he's trying to do the right thing. Travels to the surface, studies magic, finds Thandra, What does it get him? Cursed. Stuck in the back of the head of a bunch of numpties like me. So, all I'm saying is, if we're going to keep doing the right thing, it'd be nice to get a pay rise.
Trust smiles. I think that can be arranged.
Oh, I didn't tell you about my bag, did I?
What happened to the bag?
One of the hags decided to scratch all the little clawing motions with his hands.
Hags are the worst.
Sorry to inform you, thing you gave me last time. I think.
You're cutting in and out, Kim.
Oh, wait, sorry, is this better?
That's much better.
Okay, yeah. I think Sarani still has one of the scrolls. I gave Sarani the scroll of Wall of Stone because he's the only one that can use it.
You lost the scrolls.
I lost everything that was in the bag, not just the scrolls.
Oh, by the gods. Hags really are the worst.
I killed most of them.
Alright, look. It will take me some time to write new scrolls and brew new potions, but you have a few days in Geneva, in the city, in the safe house. Yes?
Yes. Anything more concrete. Anything that can last.
Scrolls and potions don't take as much time and money to put together. I can do those faster. If you're looking for some magic items that can help you along your way, they will take a bit of time to procure. The ones I keep here aren't exactly good for use. They're more like this thing, as he says as he's putting the sword away. But I'll see what I can do. And not to mention, from assuming that you communicate with Trust at all, I think you've told him. You may have told him about the time frame you're looking at.
I assume we did that when we had our
Yeah.
night gets
Right. And so he would say to you, not to mention that if I can buy some, I will, and I will get them to you. But finding an artificer to make anything for you, I don't know if you have enough time for it to be crafted before things get very bad.
Holding out hope you can make a miracle happen. We'll go hunting elsewhere. I think we have plans in a convenient spot anyway.
For now, you have places of sanctuary, transportation. I have agents working in the places you have asked to search up any items or information they may be able to find on the rest of the ritual components.
Anything on those feathers?
It's been a day, Mirth. Nothing yet. Working on it. As soon as I do, you'll be the first to know.
Him too. And I'll point down at Angus.
All of you will.
Yes.
I won't keep anything from any of you. I won't make that mistake again. Trust will hold a hand out to you, Angus, where you're sitting on the floor.
So, take it, grasp by the wrist to just pull myself to my feet. Just sort of look up at him a little bit. I understand why you did what you did. I just... Chain of command, yeah? You tell the people you need to know. I just like to think we're at the point We're a level squad. There's something that one of us needs to know. We all need to know it.
This one was a project, a personal project. I didn't know that it would affect all of you in this way. Again, not a mistake I'll make again. He walks you to the door. Let me know when you're ready to leave Geneva, and we can plan the rest of your trip. Hopefully I'll have some supplies for you at that time. I'll get working on them right away.
Nobody
And-
else has the keys to that room, right?
Only me.
Okay.
And he turns to Angus and says, if it helps, you're not the only knights, and you're not the only ones working on the problems that are going on around Orden. I don't expect you to take on this task, and a dragon, and Enin Volkmar, and anything else that the world decides to throw at us. There are not many of us, but the ones who are out there working are working. You're not the only ones.
On that front, don't want to load you down with more to do, but Palace is locked up tight. They got a list of approved guests that are showing up for some big shindig the Queen's throwing. We can't get in to see her unless we arrive with some guests who are on the list and get included in their entourage. If you've got anybody with ears or eyes in the city that knows about anybody that might be willing to hear us out or has a friend that will vouch for us,
We have Lady Arthur and Lord Bia. Lady Bia and Lord Arthur.
do we know for sure they're on the list? If they're on their way, then meeting them might get us an audience with the Queen sooner than we could otherwise.
Me, John, and Lark update via sending the status. Those two left Ravenreach a few days ago on their way here to some sort of council, which I'm assuming is the only one in the city.
And Angus just shuts his eyes as Mirth is reeling off all this information that is absolute news to Angus.
I told you this morning, and you I don't make my sendings with Lark a secret. We check in twice a day.
He did say that that he's been doing that before right now. He has said that.
Like I was doing it in the 10 when away from the hags.
Yeah.
Okay, then if we know when they're getting here, that would probably be good if we can meet up with them.
I can send them. I can send to them tonight. I've met them.
Well, if I know of anyone, I'll let you know. But it seems that you know of someone, so hopefully, one way or another, it'll work out. I'll be in touch.
I'll nod and step through to the sanctuary.
As you return to the safe house in Geneva, and the door to Alorian's domain closes behind you, we will take another short break. We'll be right back. We have returned. Um, you return to the safe house, and that evening, Mirth, do you send to Lady Bia and Lord Arthur to find out how soon they will be arriving?
Yeah, I definitely would do that.
Okay. They will be arriving before the Queen's announcement. I think it's going to be... Let's see, the tournament is the next day. And then I told you that it would be, 2 days after that? The Queen
I
would
think
be...
it was. We arrived and they told us the council was in 4 days. So considering that's like, yeah, so 1, 2, 2.
Yeah. Okay, so... they will arrive probably the day after the tournament in Geneva, as long as all goes well. As long as all goes according to plan for them. Lady Bia asks why you are so keen upon learning when they would arrive.
I'll convey to them with another sending that we need audience with the Queen, and accompaniment with a registered group is needed to get us in early. If they'll have us.
I will be checking in with John and Locke to make sure that they can vouch for you and your friends, though I know you came to us in your time of need. You can... I will send to you upon our arrival so that we can meet. And then we will be able to hopefully get you in to see the Queen.
Right. I will convey this to the rest of the group.
Okay.
Let them know the time frame. And I think I told them. Yeah, I did tell them. But Sharp Eyes Readies will be ready in a week. So we have council. We have, if everything goes well, we have council with Queen, and then three days. No, three nights and 2 days until Sharp Eyed Weapons are ready.
Essentially, your time in Geneva is going to be the tournament, meeting with the Queen, and then possibly attending the Queen's announcement, and then picking up Sharp-Eyed Sabers. And hopefully,
Basically.
Trust will have more answers for you, and some new potions and scrolls to replace the ones that you had lost between now and that time. The next day is spent in anxious anticipation of the tournament to come that evening. I do not know what Visir and Sarani would be doing to prepare for the tournament, but there is a palpable, almost electric feeling as you anticipate that evening's events. Sharp-Eyed is a bit dour that he is not going to be participating with his lack of blades. He approaches you, Sarani.
Hmm.
Need stronger.
Need stronger what?
Need stronger me. Sharp-Eyed.
Oh.
Need stronger Sharp-Eyed.
Well, You seem to have done quite well for yourself. You dispatched that aboleth.
That
And
oof, long time now.
yes. Also, friend Mirth is seeing to your lucky sabers and having them enchanted with magics that will improve your fighting capabilities.
No lucky. Debt. Sabers. Or he doesn't say sabers, he say some those.
Were they a gift?
No. Promise. Sharp-eyed carries them for another.
You made a promise to the person who wielded those that you would wield them in their stead?
After they died and could not carry them themselves.
Well, I do not know this person who died. But in my estimation, you have used those for the betterment of not only your tribe or species, but the entire world. I don't think anyone could have done any better than you have. You've also, you may not be as strong physically as you would like to be, but your heart is the strongest of us all. And your mind is as sharp as any blade.
Sharp-eyed. Enter tournament. Even if lose.
Did you already enter?
Others said no. So Sharp-eyed not enter yet.
Is this important to you?
Just need to be stronger for people. For clan. For world.
Very well. Come with me. I'm going to take Sharp-Eye back and sign him up.
Well, I assume that we'll all probably be going at about the same time.
No, I was
It's
assuming
also a
that-
matter of. It's also a matter of. I don't think we'd let Serrani and Sharp-eyed out into the streets alone.
That too.
Well, no, my question is this happening the night before, or is this happening before we go?
Oh, this is happening before you go. It's the next morning.
Oh.
And when you get there, you'll find out, unfortunately, that the day before was the last day to sign up, as I had said.
I'm sorry.
Even a
but-
little bribe can't help.
Is there no way to allow my associate enter?
The halflings that are now running the show, rather than the bartender, it like looks between you and him and the fact that you used the phrase associate and crack a smile. Tony is sitting there and he's like, you know, there's always ways that names get lost by mistake, and then we find them the day of the tournament, and we kind of, work it out so that everybody gets to the matches they're supposed to be in. It's just that sometimes, when things get lost, there's finder's fees.
Oh, you mean a bribe? Okay. How much would a good bribe be?
Oh, I didn't go with everybody. I took Sharpeye by himself. In the morning.
We're not letting you go by yourself.
They said they would, if they saw the two of you leave the safe house to go, they would go with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We don't allow Serrani and Sharpeye to just go meandering through the city on their own. We know better.
The halfling looks gives this slow turn to Vasir, are you stupid or something?
Yes. But I have learned what bribes are.
All right.
I guess I'm not supposed to call it that, am I?
There you go. Yes, you got it. Now we're thinking.
Right, so how much should I pay you then?
Hey, Angus, you want to make your Annie disguise roll for today?
Wow.
That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good.
It is also relevant to note that I do have Isabel as the most prominent voice in my head, which is definitely helping on that front.
He says, well, we can do this one of two ways, right?
As he pauses for a minute, Sarai's going to reach in and pull out the bag of 100 gold that he actually has on him, and just go, here.
All right, this is one of the two ways, and he takes it and puts it under the table. What's your friend's name?
Sharpeye.
Sharpeye.
Sharp-eyed. All right, got it. Well, Sharp-eyed, welcome to the tournament. I wish you all the best. If all goes well, hopefully we make a lot of money. All right. You guys, you have a good time. Don't get your heads busted in too much, and good luck with all that shit. Any of you want to place bets? If you want to bet against yourself, I got a great deal for you.
No,
What's
I
your-
thought we're cheating.
If I place a bet on you, will that make you happy?
Is that towards Sharpeye or?
No, to you.
It's here.
Yeah, he said, Vasir, if I place a bet on you, will that make you happy?
I didn't hear the first bit.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really matter if any of you guys bet on me. I'm fine either way. I'll bet on myself, though, just to give myself a little bit of extra confidence.
I'm gonna bet on him. He's gonna win. I'll put 250 on Vizier.
Nice. Okay.
And I will put 500 on myself.
Saving up for the
And
100.
Annie is just gonna catch Tony's eye and just exchange a little grin of like, see, I'm good at what I do.
Serrani's going to pull Mirth to the side and go, friend Mirth, are you intending to, are we going to do the same thing we did last time?
Which was...
Serrani bends down and as quiet as he can over in the corner he's dragged you to go, be someone else and remove the winnings from them.
I'm not going to do that here. It seems in bad taste, and this is a much more high-profile area.
Could you bet 200 on me and 100 on Sharp Eye for me, please?
Yes. 200 you, 100 on Sharp-Eyed.
Out of the 4K that I've got just laying around because I got nothing better to do with it. And of course, Sharp Eye's going to win, and I'm going to reap a shit ton of money off of that too. So, playing the odds here.
Wait, 200 on you, 100 on Serrani?
No, 200 on Serrani, 100 on Sharp Eye.
Yeah, okay.
I figure if Sharp Eye wins, his odds got to be like what, 40 to 1, easy.
I'll go do that with the nice halfling.
Annie's going to look up at the board and see that Serrani's odds are probably a little bit skewed by virtue of Annie having told everyone that the great Susan Rani is this incredible
Everybody, type out your bets on who and how much in the Discord chat, or so that I have a record of it.
Is there a bracket on display?
Yeah, there's a bracket on display. I don't have one made, but yes.
Vizier and Serrani aren't going to meet any. The three of us aren't going to meet each other anytime soon. Correct.
There are several rounds, and it won't be in the early rounds.
The possibility is, however, there. If all of us end up winning our bouts, then chances are good we're gonna fight each other.
Well, normally, there's like 4 brackets.
Well, it depends on how many people are in it.
Or 2 brackets, 1 on each side. I was just wondering if
it depends how many people are participating. The fact that it's called the Octagon, they might start with an 8 bracket and go from there.
Yeah. Or 16.
When I asked you to put it in the Discord chat, make sure you put it in the Dark and Hungry God chat. So I have a a record of it.
That's me. That's me being dumb.
Can I use Augury before like?
Fine.
Yeah.
Can I cast Augury before a bunch of like the starting matches?
Yeah.
I don't even think the gods will be able to tell you what the hell's going on here.
That's fine.
I'll just like look for wheel on placing bets on random people and put like small little bets on them to make it not seem too suspicious.
Sure.
Okay, I guarantee you do that, the result you get is Wheel and Woe.
Yes.
Yeah.
As it is every time.
Every time. It's always Wheel and Woe.
Of course, why wouldn't it be?
The gods are like, you're up shit creek here, dude. I have no idea what's gonna happen.
Fuck if I know. We're kind of busy with these demons and shit, so...
Yeah, and remember, the more frequently you cast Augury, the more there is a chance that you will just get random answers.
Not with... I don't think not with Augury. Oh, yes, never mind. Yes,
with Augury.
Any divination spell that gets you those kind of results, it always has that qualification that if you try casting it multiple times, you're going to start getting random results.
Yeah.
Except contact other plane, it only breaks your mind forever.
Yeah, it just breaks your mind.
Fix it.
Serrani's going to look around. Is anybody that Serrani knows in the crowd?
Maybe
well, let's see. Serrani's social circle includes one were-tiger and a lot of mic minutes.
The were-tiger is not here.
I meant people that I know, like Silver, Sparks,
No,
anybody I remember from the ship.
There are members
would be-
of. There
Here-
are members of. God damn it. There are members of the Sun, the Bloodthirsty Sun, members of their crew that are in the crowd. And Angus, you see the name of a member of the crew of the Bloodthirsty Sun listed amongst the contestants in this tournament. A fellow by the name of Salty Eyed Stew, who, he was never the best fighter, but he was never the worst.
Sparks and them wouldn't be here. They already explained that they probably wouldn't be here, mostly because people here would probably know them and want to kill them.
He's
Yeah, but I still would look around to see if it sounds like, I wonder if I know anybody here. Oh, look, crew member.
Stu likes fighting.
Being good at it is kind of
Could I have bought like 2 like market standards dueling sabers on the way here?
just for sharp eye.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah. They have to be yes, you can.
Yeah, just scimitars.
Well, I think one of the things Angus wanted to do while we were in the city was buy like a shipment of weapons to send back to Darkhaven for the, militia. They're essentially going to be trying to defend the town. So probably at the same time Angus would have bought those. We could get some like just basic sabers for Sharp-Eyed.
Completely fair. Okay. So
When a ranger uses favored foe, is it still a spell?
We kept the favored foe spell, I believe.
Okay.
if it says you can cast the spell without blah blah blah, then it is still casting a spell.
Okay.
Okay. So, I am going to tell you how this is going to work exactly. The tournament is going to be broken down into rounds. The initial rounds are going to be skill challenges. And the reason why is because having multiple rounds of a tournament be just back and forth combats can
Drag on.
So, there's going to be a skill challenge for Vasir, for each of you to roll against. Okay.
Okay.
And I am going to switch over to music that's a bit more exciting as the tournament starts to begin. Wow, that's redundant.
Let's put on some Kendrick.
My entrance music is Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix.
Of course.
Mark, just to make this clear, right? This right here.
Hold on.
My telekinetic shove isn't magical. The mage hand is, but the bonus action shove isn't. Technically. It's like psionics, it doesn't mention you
As a
magically
bonus
attack to push
action,
a
you can
creature.
try to telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you.
It doesn't contain magically in the description. It isn't fueled by spell slots or cast through a magic item.
No, it's not a spell ability. And Mike, he was asking about the alternative class feature for Ranger, favored foe, not favored enemy, the one that lets you use.
Yeah, Tasha's isn't a spell,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I think the other one we use is because we kept
Yes.
the one that isn't shit.
Yes, we use
Yeah,
the
we
one that
kept
is
the one
not
that
shit.
wasn't trapped.
Correct. The one that's not shit, where you get to cast.
Hunter's Mark.
You get to cast Hunter's Mark without concentration or
It's
components.
still a spell.
It is
You
still
mean the
a
one that
spell.
actually does the job of making rangers like
Viable.
okay?
Yeah.
Not viable. That's going too far. Okay.
The Seer, Sarani, and Sharp-Eyed stand in the area of the building where the combatants are preparing for their matches. Those of you who wish to be their
Oh wait, no.
agents and support may meet them in this area at any given moment. Otherwise, you can sit in the stands.
Again,
there
it won't let
are-
me leave Steve.
It doesn't let you move Steve, or it doesn't let you remove
It
him.
lets me move. It doesn't let me remove Steve.
Yeah,
I don't think any of us can remove.
I
our
don't
own
think
tokens.
anybody can remove
Yeah,
tokens.
people can't remove the tokens. You don't have
Um,
that permission.
there are people out in the center of this octagon, pushing sand around and making sure the octagon is even. At the balcony, you watch as a minotaur with iron-coated horns steps up to the edge of the balcony and looks down over the fighting pit and nods. A elegant and exotic-looking woman is on his arm. Similar, almost identical to the woman who had accompanied the Minotaur at the Adamantine Horn. In addition, a woman wearing robes that clearly have some magical bent to them, and walking with a staff, comes and sits at the other chair. And they look down upon the arena. From the balcony, Torex steps forward, as I said, and leans against the edge of the rail and calls out, "I hope you are all prepared for our spectacle this evening, and have placed plenty of bets for the house to rake in at the end of the night." There's raucous cheering and laughter in response. "I believe that we have quite a bit of entertainment this evening for all of you. And I'm hoping to get my hands dirty in the ring as well. Whoever ends this tournament gets to face me for the final winnings, and we have something special for that tonight." The shield is lowered to eye level in the arena. This finely crafted dwarven tower shield. Ages have passed and this has remained the same. An item of value for any collector. Whether you keep it yourself or sell it, you will be much richer for it. And it is an item I am looking forward to mounting on my own wall. The shield is raised again. These bouts are to a yield, or to unconsciousness. Not to the death. There are things about this arena that you will notice. No magic is permitted within, and interference from the crowd will result in fines and punishment. Things may shift in there, as there are mechanically interesting pieces of the arena for when your bouts get boring. We have several challengers tonight. May the best me win. And he laughs and sits down.
I will use burn a first level spell slot on the aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, faves, fiends, and undead.
Primeval awareness.
Yep.
Okay.
I might get a lot. It is a mile in Geneva. It could be like there's a shit ton of them. Especially down this way, huh?
Yeah, you get a lot of them.
Yeah.
There are a lot of those types of creatures, except for dragons, within a mile.
Okay. But no dragons, so I feel better. It's not going to rain today.
One of the a member of the Iron Horn steps forth into the arena and announces the first set of combatants. The Seer, you will be pairing off in the first round against Salty-Eyed Stew, the member of Captain Gilroy's crew.
Seer will stand and he will kind of hop back and forth a couple times, stretch his arms out, give a little bit of a nod, and then proceed to do a front flip into a back flip, a cartwheel into a front flip into the arena, and kind of clap his hands together and raise them for everybody in a showy fashion.
If there's a moment just before Visir heads into the ring and Annie is able to do the like being a manager thing, just gonna like gently whisper under his breath, like, probably best going on his left side. He's a little bit weaker there. Don't worry. Knock him down, he'll start crying. The reason we
Okay. Hey guys, I have to deal with something in my house. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
Sure. watch on JR Joe Rogan where he discusses a bunch of those guys.
Sorry, guys.
Oh.
I had to take care of something, but we are back. All right. Vasir, you and Salty-Eyed Stew enter the ring. You flip into the ring, ready for the bout, and he comes shambling in, kind of twirling some practice daggers, one in each hand, and is just kind of like moving, just kind of giving off this like a gangly, like I'm used to being on a ship, kind of this swagger to himself. Like he's a little bit, his legs are spread so that his feet are a little wider apart than what you're used to with a combatant, and he's kind of like circling you in this crab-like manner.
Are you okay?
He spits on the ground in front of you. Just getting ready to kill you.
Okay.
Or knock you out. I think we're not supposed to kill people.
Yeah, that's kind of the goal. You're not drunk, are you?
Of course I'm drunk.
Oh.
Can't fight if you're not drunk.
Well, I'm supposed to put on a show. Vasir kind of puts his hands together and his astral arms emerge from his shoulders. All right. Ready when you are.
So you used your key to activate your astral arms?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's going to approach. You can tell me, describe what you're doing. You can have some narrative control, describe what you're doing, and then we'll discuss what you should roll to what roll you should make for the skill challenge. You need to accumulate a certain number of successes to beat Salty-Eyed Stew. Primary skills. Primary skills are going to be things like acrobatics or athletics, performance. I might, if you can convince me that an attack roll would make sense, I might let you use an attack roll in place of a skill. You may spend a key point to give yourself advantage on any one of these rolls. Okay? If anytime you roll and fail, there will be some kind of mechanical consequence for that failure. If you reach 3 failures before you get the required number of successes, you will lose the bout.
All right.
Okay? So Stu begins to move in, twirling his blades, and appearing a bit more intoxicated than just, of course I'm drunk.
Vasir will keep a close but still a bit of a distance with him. His arms give him a little bit of a reach, which allows him to keep him at bay while still giving like jabs to the face. Keeping an eye on his general movements, as erratic as they probably are as a result of his drunken stupor. The Vasir very much memorizes the fact that keeping an eye on the sort of like the belly to waist area is where you're going to be getting most of your information as to how somebody is going to be moving, whether or not they're attacking you or whether or not they're trying to fake you out or anything along those lines. So he's making sure that he's focusing on that information while he keeps him at bay and gives him a few quick jabs to keep him at bay. If at any one point Salty-Eyed Stew decides to let loose one of his daggers, Vasir will of course catch it, as he has the ability to do. And then possibly toss it back at like maybe his foot to pin him to the ground. And eventually, when he feels like Salty-Eyed Stew is knocked around enough, somewhat out of it, he'll quickly move in for an uppercut to launch him into the air and onto his back.
Okay. What skill in order to stay focused on Salty-Eyed Stew's erratic movements and try and get some kind of sense of a pattern to his behavior, looking to defend yourself and come up with an opening. I think that would
Perception?
be a perception roll. Yeah. Okay. Keeping an eye on the movements, you watch as when Stu finally moves in, his behavior becomes a lot less erratic and a lot more focused. And you're watching closely enough that when that shift happens, you easily begin to deflect the blows he attempts to make with his dagger. And at one point, he does toss a dagger at you from a slight distance, and you are able to just pick it up out of the air and strike the toe of his boot, pinning it to the ground.
From there, Nasir will start to unload on him a lot more than just his usual jabs that he's been giving. Starting with a haymaker to the side of his face, and then coming up with an uppercut with his left, and then spinning through the air and giving him a nice kick to the chest to knock him on the ground.
Okay. Do you want to... I will either allow you to make an attack roll for this series of strikes, or if you're trying to play it up for the crowd, I will let you use performance instead.
Attack roll's a higher one, so I'll do that.
Okay. All right. That should not include any of your bonuses from magic at all, just so you're aware.
All right, so 19, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, with a 19, you easily launch an assault of blows at Stu. At one point with the uppercut, you hit him hard enough that the pinning dagger comes up out of the ground and kind of flips away through the dirt, and Stu lands on his ass. He drags himself back to his feet, and with his now empty hand, he's got the dagger in his other hand, but with his now empty hand, he kind of motions you to come at him. Like not getting the hint that he is clearly outclassed in this fight, he flips the other dagger, the dagger that he has, around so that instead of having it in a thrusting position, it is now flipped around so that it's in a slashing, stabbing, kind of coming out the bottom of his fist, and kind of motions for you to come at him this time.
Nasir will, of course, acquiesce to this proposal. But instead of punching or kicking or anything along those lines this time, he sort of extends his astral arm forward and kind of grabs Salty-Eyed Stu by his neck in order to pick him up and sort of slam him like head first into the ground.
Okay. This would be an athletics, like a grapple or shove attempt, but because you're using your astral arms, would that still use your strength, or would that use your...
It uses my wisdom in place of my strength.
That's what I thought. Okay. You lift Salty-Eyed Stu off the ground several inches with your astral arms and slam him down into it, and he was not expecting this at all. As he's falling down, he attempts to brace himself, but it is a complete waste of time. He slams face first into the dirt, and when your astral arm is removed, Stu remains on the ground. A pair of halflings rush in and drag the unconscious Stu out of the octagon, and you are and the same announcer who had been who had announced both your name and Stu's name, comes rushing in from the other side and grabs your wrist and lifts your hand and declares you to be the winner of the first bout, Vizier Iron Fist. The crowd is enjoying the events as told, and as you walk out of the arena, the announcer pats you on the shoulder and says, "Hope you're ready. Second bout will be in about 15-20 minutes. Go get yourself some water."
Thank you, sir.
Serrani, your name is called for the next bout in the first round of this series of combats. Along with the announced opponent, they announce on the one side of the arena, Serrani, the swamp monster?
Huh?
I'm gonna just pull Vizier out. And all the way from the far side of the sandy dunes of the desert, we bring you a half-orc who has seen both seas of sand and seas of water. Drudge. And this large half-orc, who I don't know if any of you would recognize, but this large half-orc steps out onto the into the arena. He is wielding, Serrani, a large great axe, which he has hefted on one shoulder. And he steps into the arena and smiles at you.
Serrani has his shield in his inventory.
Okay.
And Serrani doesn't acknowledge anybody except the guy across there. Like, Serrani just wanders in, kind of stands there for a minute, waiting.
He points his axe at you, like almost like lining up a shot with a pool cue. As he peers down the length of the shaft of the great axe in your direction. And the bout begins as he shouts in rage and rushes forward at you. This is the same as similar to a Vizier's match. You have to hit the correct number of successes before hitting a number of failures. Failures will result in some mechanical consequence. You may expend a rage to gain, because your rages, you have fewer rages. You can expend a rage to gain advantage through the bout.
Okay.
Okay.
Based on the number of matches, how many matches would there be if I went all the way to the big guy? Because it makes a difference for Serrani on whether he would use those or not.
Understood. There are 3 matches. I think there will be 3 rounds before reaching the final bout. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to use one yet.
Okay.
Serrani's going to shift one foot behind him, like he's bracing for the attack, kind of raise the shield up a little bit, gauge his opponent, and when the orc gets close enough, Serrani's going to use his front foot to kick the sand up in the guy's eyes, spin around behind him, and hit him in the back.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, you're gonna try and kick the sand into the guy's eyes, and then spin around behind him and hit him in the back. I'm gonna say do athletics.
Yeah. Poor Serrani doesn't have athletics. I'm not trained in any of those.
What are you trained in?
Medicine, nature, perception, religion, and stealth.
Ha. Okay.
Because that's where we started from.
Start
Yes.
preaching to your foe.
Huh?
Just start like preaching to your enemy.
All right. Go ahead and make the roll. 21 is not bad. That is not going to hurt you. You kick the sand up into his eyes, and it stops his charge short. And you are able, in fact, to spin around him and slam the back of his head with the flat of your blade. He goes taking a couple stumbling steps forward, turns around, and starts trying to rip the sand out of his eyes, and swings around. Uses the momentum of the swing to try and catch you with his axe. What are you doing?
I will. Let me check something here real quick. I have to look to see what this actually says before I say anything about it.
Because you're a pawn, are you weak to axe attacks?
No, I'm not actually.
Is you're only going to be like a beanstalk and just get hacked down?
No. No, Serrani is going to go ahead and deflect this with the shield and use his momentum as the guy swings, because he stopped, turned direction, and kind of used his momentum to swing back. And he used it to deflect the shield, so his swing continues to take him in that same direction, and then trip him.
Okay.
As he turns his body.
Okay. You're trying to deflect his blow with your shield and then make a trip attempt, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Again, that is going to work similarly to a shove, to knock him prone.
Yeah.
So I think that is I think that's still going to be athletics, to be fair.
Yeah.
As you attempt to trip him, to deflect his blow, he actually angles the blade so that it just misses your shield, and as you duck to trip him, he brings the great axe down onto you.
2d12 plus 8. Thanks.
Yeah. So you're going to take 17 points of damage as he brings his axe down onto your back, and then kind of in the same motion, pulls the axe up, and kicks your legs out from under you, reversing the trip onto you. You find yourself flat on your back in the middle of the arena.
Okay. I'm going to use my Retributive Vines reaction on him.
Okay, you can make an attack roll as your next attempt.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I want to hit him with both of those as the vines strike out at him.
Yep. Use an attack roll.
So, sorry. Forgot that. I have to go back here. It's the unarmed strike roll.
Do you have advantage on that?
No.
Okay.
You know what? No. I do not.
Okay. You go to swing, slash out with your retributive vines, and he ducks under them, to keep them from
So only one attack roll. So only one attack roll, not both.
Yeah, it's just this is a skill challenge, so it's just it just counts as one of your skill checks, right? So he ducks under it. You are currently at 1 success and 2 failures, Serrani.
All right. I'll spin the rage. It's fine.
Okay. You will have advantage for the rest of the combat on your rolls. What are you doing? You've attempted to hit him with your vines. Again, he had hit you and tripped you. You are on the ground. You've struck out with your vines. What is your next move?
Marking up my rage here. Serrani's going to get mad. Stand up, grab the gentleman by the waist, and then just drive him into the ground with the grab him. But I'm going to have the hilt of the scimitar right against his kidneys. So when I drive him to the ground, he's going to land on the hilt.
Okay. So you're trying to basically make a called attack to a
Yeah, I'm basically tackling him and keeping the sword underneath him so it doesn't stab him to death,
but hits him in the kidneys.
Yeah.
Give me a medicine roll. You're trained in that, right?
Yep.
Of
course.
Yeah, bracing your saber the way that you do against his back throws off your shove, and instead of it doing precisely what you wanted it to do, he kind of rolls off the hilt of the saber to one side, and you both go stumbling down. As you fall, he's going to roll over and pin you.
I'm going to use my inspiration to make sure that he has disadvantage on that.
He's not, this is just based on your rolls. So at this point, you've gotten 3 failures. So he rolls over and pins you, and he's just going to hit you in the back of the head with the flat of his battle axe until you fall unconscious.
That's a long time.
Which is why we're not doing full combats for this and just doing skill challenges.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
Or until you yield. He will stand. He will basically.
Serrani's not going to yield.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Serrani's not going to yield, so, okay.
Eventually, they will call the match as he is just smacking you over and over again in the back of the head.
Okay.
Let's see. Sharp-Eyed enters the ring, and I will have you roll for him, Kim.
Yes, sir.
And another member of Angus's crew meets him in the arena. He is a Goliath that is wielding a saber in one hand. Actually, he's wielding a saber and a shield. He is prepared to go at this. He meets Sharp-Eyed in the ring. The announcer calls out, Angus, give me a name for this fellow from your crew. Are you familiar with him? Or is he a newer addition to the Bloodthirsty Sun?
Probably a relatively newer addition, maybe somebody who's made progress up in ranks a little bit by Angus's absence. And Goliath tend to have sort of the cultural nicknames that are sort of associated with the things that they're associated with. So maybe something that's a naval kind of name, so that people just call him Topsail.
Okay.
He is very, very good at being up in the high rigging because he's used to being up on the mountain
high altitudes. So. Yes. So Topsail is getting ready for just kind of rolling his shoulders and eyeing Sharp-Eyed up. But he's not making the first move.
Sharpeye is going to hang back for a bit and then like trying to read very carefully into his opponent because he probably knows he's not going to win through pure strength alone against a Goliath.
Sure.
He's going to try and like read the first defense and then dart in and then try and like duck the return blow and then return with like a jab. So like just trying to get the read on his opponent instead.
Okay. So if he is trying to get a read on his opponent, give me a perception roll as he's trying to do this. Sharp-eyed is eyeing up his opponent, trying to get an assessment of where he stands, and when he charges forward, he wants to duck the first attack, but is blindsided on the side of the head. The first blow does hit him, but the Goliath quickly corrects and just pommel strikes Sharp-eyed right to the side of the head. Sharp-eye's going to take 10 damage as he is hit with the blow.
Alright. So Sharpeye does have Slayer's Prey, which lets him add an extra d6 of damage, so would that be worth anything if he... Actually, no, the next one is probably... He's gonna try and, like, coil up beneath him and just, like, bull rush his legs out and try and get the better of a more top-heavy opponent.
Okay. Slayer's Prey is a...
It's a Monster Hunter thing, it's not a spell.
It's not a spell, it's just an ability. It's just a class feature.
You can focus your ire.
How many times a day can he do that?
However many he wants, it just sticks to one person at a time.
Gotcha. What about, how many times can he use his, favored foe ability?
Twice.
Twice? Okay. He can expend a favored foe to give himself advantage on a roll.
Okay. Then he will do that here because he's up against a much bigger opponent.
Okay. So what is he attempting to do?
He's just going to try and bull rush him out from the bottom. Slap his legs out.
Okay. So like a trip, essentially?
Yeah.
Alright, go ahead and make an athletics check against your opponent with advantage. Okay. He does it. He kind of slithers around and up, striking the Goliath's legs out from under him and dropping him to the ground. The Goliath topsail lets out a like sharp breath of surprise and being slammed to the ground kind of knocks the wind out of him for a second. And Sharp-eyed is now standing over the Goliath.
Annie would like to cup her hands to her mouth and just like yell out, "Badass!" So I can spend my inspiration to give Sharp-eyed advantage on his next check.
Nice. Okay.
Sharp-eyed is going to tower over the prone Goliath and like flare his frill and then just hiss down at him and attempt to like cow him further into the ground.
Okay, give me an intimidation check.
Fuck yeah, Sharp-eyed.
The Goliath starts to scurry back away from the lizard folk, trying to get his feet back under him and stand up and put his shield between him and this terrifying opponent. He's on the defensive still. What does Sharp-eyed do?
Can Mirth also call out since he came within earlier and just like give him a clap and say, "Finish it!" and give him a Bardic Inspiration?
Bardic Inspiration is not magical, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, I'll allow it.
So Sharp-eyed is probably just going to try and finish with like a full offensive since his opponent's falling back and just try and overwhelm the shield with like slam after slam of sabers into it. It's like angry lizard when somebody steps into its like little hidey hole.
And just like, give me a survival roll.
that go through? One sec. I need to redo that. There we go.
That is a 14, but he has Bardic Inspiration to spend on it.
60.
He comes at his opponent with a barrage of attacks, and though the Goliath starts off by being able to deflect blow after blow, Sharp-Eyed has just channeled all of this rage and doubt and frustration of like his questioning his strength and the conversation he had with Sarani earlier into these blows, and just rains attacks onto this guy, and knocks the shield away, knocks the sword out of the Goliath's hands, throws down his own practice sabers, pounces on the Goliath, and just bites down into the Goliath's shoulder until the Goliath begins to yield.
Woo! Go Sharp-Eyed.
So the first round of bouts comes to a head. The Goliath limps out of the arena, and Sharp-Eye's fist is raised high. The crowd roars, and you watch down as your badass lizard man throws a fist up into the air. He marches out to where Sarani and Vasir are waiting after their matches, and he has a wide lizard grin upon his features.
Good job, Sharp-Eye. Good job.
Sharp-Eyed will place a hand on Sarani's shoulder and say, "Still badass," meaning both him and Sarani.
Sarani just kind of looks up for him because he's still seated, working off the incredible headache that he has. Yeah, good job. You did well.
The announcer comes out and comes out to Vasir and says, "You're up next. Just get ready for this." He heads back out into the arena and announces, "Our returning from the first round, Vasir Iron Fist will be facing our very own Helios, Master of Kensai." You march into the arena to meet the monk that you had spoken with earlier. He smiles at you from across the fighting pit and says, "Fate would have it that we would see each other again, as we had hoped."
Well, like I said, if we meet each other in the ring, treat it like a challenge.
The monk nods, bows, places one hand before him, and slowly lifts his blade over his head, angling his feet in footwork that is familiar enough from what you've seen at the monastery, but different enough to see that he was trained elsewhere. He takes a sharp breath, channels himself, becoming one with his blade. And as the match begins, we'll find out what happens the next time we play. We will end it on the cliffhanger of the two monks coming at each other. I know that we had some technical difficulties at the beginning, and I've been in and out away from the computer. Today has had a myriad number of distractions for me, and I apologize. And some of those distractions are making it so that I have to kind of end the adventure here, but I think it's an appropriate place to end. We can do some quick favorite moments. Tell me the favorite moment for your character and for one other character at the table. Try to hit somebody who hasn't been yet, and yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks. So, Alex, favorite Visir moment?
Definitely introducing Hegelian dialectics. Talking philosophy with another with an NPC is always fun because I don't know how you're going to react to it.
Yeah, I don't have the. Sometimes I don't have the philosophy background that you do, so I'm just kind of like thinking through their mindset as best as I can. And for one other player at the table?
Well, I'd have to say that for me, it's got to be Angus getting rightfully annoyed with not being informed this is something that's fundamental towards his goals. His reaction to it, and his ability to get back into a more reasonable state a lot quicker. Used to be the case that when Angus felt wronged, he would kind of let it simmer for a while before realizing that there's other things that need to be done, and it calmed down pretty quick, all things considered, which is definitely a major sign of growth on its part.
David, how about for you?
I really, really liked the conversation with McElroy, and just the fact that she asked at first, okay, where's your loyalty lie? Is it to us or is it to these new people? And that Angus is trying to talk around the issue, and it just came right back around to the same central thing. And Angus realizing no, my loyalty is first and foremost to you. You're my family. I care about these guys and I want to help them, but if it puts you at risk, screw that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was just a really fun little moment, but Visir just calling the bribe what it was. And Tony just being what are you, an idiot or something? And Visir being yeah, I've been told that.
Yeah.
Kim?
Oh yeah, I guess Nora's gone.
Yeah. Favorite?
I'm unsure about this time. I don't know. I think the conversation with Angus was really good. It was a really solid conversation. I didn't do that much this. I was very tired today because I was finishing a Spanish presentation last night, but I thought it was a really good conversation from a character standpoint, and I think that's something Mirth needed to just shake him down. And I appreciate Serrani comforting Sharp-Eyed before the match, because it's not something inherent to his character, because he's very, very blunt. And I think that just the boost of directed confidence towards his companion is something that was needed and appropriate, and came as Serrani's. Yeah. Sorry, I'm.
You're trying to keep it together. You're good. Rick, favorite Serrani moment?
I would have to say the interaction with the captain. Just the again, Serrani's kind of straightforward. How much money do I have? $4,000? Yeah, here, this and this, and what do you need to make us be able to? Serrani's first comment sounded like he was threatening the whole ship and her and everybody else. He's no, just, and Visir, which is why I like Visir too. No, he's not kidding. It's the whole world. He's not just singling you out. It's, he's literally concerned about the entire planet. And of course, Mirth acting like he has 47 cents to his name. And meanwhile, he's got like 8 sacks of gold and a bunch of stuff, and just like if Mirth if somebody would actually like mug him, they'd be like, "Well, I'm set for life." Like,
most of it right now is Serrani's money. Actually, I think I'm just as rich as the rest of you.
Yeah, but it's just that like you're like, yeah, I'm gonna rummage around for like 47 cents, and here's like $5. Can I bet $5 on my guy? That's cool. I gotta make some money. Just
I'd just like to add that full respect to Loophole for just allowing the situation with the orc and the whole fight. So like the dice didn't go his way, and he just went and just kind of let it happen. Because I know if it were me, I'd be like, oh, I'm mad now.
Yeah,
I'm a very upset person.
I'm a little. To be honest, I am. I'm a little salty because the Serrani is not a skill monkey. He's not designed to be.
Right.
So this is not like I felt like Serrani kind of got a bad rap because in a real fight, I think that orc would be crying for his mother earlier. But I understand as a DM and a player, I understand the let's keep everything moving scenario. So I'm okay with that. It is just hard for the guy who's supposed to be the tank to not make it past the first round.
Yeah, it is. I get it. And when I was thinking about how to do a tournament mechanically, skill challenges seemed the best way. Again, Serrani made an attack roll that went just under the total, and then you're not bad when it comes to medicine. +7 is pretty damn good, and the dice just did not go.
But the other two is like I get a +2 and a +3. Like they're not. The athletics is not like I got lucky in the first roll, but the rest of them were just not going to go my way.
Sure.
On that because that's not where I put the. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's not where his power lies.
Yep.
As it were.
That's why I put the. I tried to make some ways for you to use your character's resources in order to give yourself. An opportunity to overcome the.
No. It's like I totally understand. Like, I didn't use it on the first 2 rolls because, like I said, you're trying to conserve.
I get it.
If you make it to the final or the next couple, he'll probably have to use those if we're going to keep using skill checks until we get to the fight. And I have hit points to burn, so I figured I was like. I didn't know how well it would go, but knowing as Serrani's like I've got hit points to burn. Like he would do that. He would wait until he starts to feel threatened, and then
makes total sense. Makes total sense.
Late. Yeah,
I couldn't help but smile when Mark said the orc beats you into unconsciousness, and I'm just thinking, this tournament's going to take like a day and a half at this rate.
Yeah, because Serrani would never yield because that's not
Right, that's not Serrani. That's not Serrani.
Well, no, he wouldn't yield because this is, he would assume that he has a way to get out of this before the end of the fight.
Right.
And just, he needs to get this because we needed to solve the problem we're after. So
absolutely.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I said I'm a little salty. I'm not mad.
Sure.
Like it's not. I understand the dice are going to suck, and that happens.
There are times when the dice suck.
You're just going to have to suck it up and go, yeah, well, that fucking sucked.
I have to
go Sharp-Eyed.
I have to say, playing Sharp-Eyed was super fun today. Earlier, the conversation between Sharp-Eyed and Serrani, I enjoyed pulling that out there. One of my favorite moments from today was when Angus was describing the name mix-up of Sue Ronnie, and Vasir's just like, well, I hope I can beat her if she's that good. That was probably
Angus will never have to worry about whether or not he's fooling anybody because he's at least fooling
Vasir.
Well, he's fooling Vasir, and he may or may not be fooling Sarani. It's assuming Sarani understands the connotation. If he doesn't understand the connotation, it's not that he's fooling Sarani. Sarani just doesn't understand.
I'm just glad that you bribed Tony into letting Sharp-Eyed compete, because my plan was to try and pass Sharp-Eyed off as, no, this is Sarani. You know,
This is
the woman I was
Sarani.
telling you about, this is her.
Oh yeah, I was just like, yeah. Vasir's like, oh, so it's a bribe, and Sarani's like, yes, I know that. Like, this I get. Vasir, this I understand. I understand this portion.
Yeah.
I didn't need
Vasir
your help
gets
for that.
Sarani probably does.
Sarani
Yeah,
understands what the bribe is faster than Vasir does.
Yeah, but I didn't. Well, I knew what it was, and I'm like, he's like, oh, so it's a bribe, and I'm thinking, Sarani's just looking at Vasir, going, why are you helping? We're not supposed to know each other. Why are you helping? But he can't say it, right? So he's just going like, here, take the money and go away now.
Here, yeah.
No, Vasir is keeping entirely in character with the version of him that Annie has told them all to expect, which is that
Yeah.
an incredibly extroverted but incredibly naive young monk who's going to lose.
We'll
Hopefully
see.
that last part will not come true.
We will see. All right,
We will
guys.
see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I hope you enjoyed yourselves this afternoon. It was a fun adventure. I can't wait to see the conclusion of the tournament and what happens going forward in the city of Geneva. We'll be back in 2 weeks with this game, and hopefully next week with the Dance Macabre. We will keep you informed. If you're not a part of the Discord server, join us on Discord. That is where we give all our updates. And we'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, share it with all your friends so they can also find out when the new videos go up.
I will be setting up a raid, so hang out. We'll do that.